Hey, it's us again. We're back. Aren't you so happy? I hope
I
you
can hear
enjoyed
them
that one.
cheering.
Yeah, yeah. Do you like the pause I gave them to clap? Because of course they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
They're being held at gunpoint metaphorically at all times, so they better start clapping soon. And I better hear it. Hi, we're back. We're alive. We didn't do last month because I was like going through super depression because of my shitty former job now. And then they fired me when I was like literally planning to quit that night if I didn't get what I wanted. And now I'm waiting for unemployment to roll in while I job hunt. So, hey, we're here. We've got 2 months to cover. This is being uploaded in the fun month of August. And we'll be covering August and July, which really still just kind of means August because nothing really happens in July because everything happens in June and then nothing happens in July and then Gamescom says more things now and here we are.
Yeah, we're here
Yeah,
with Gamescom kind of happened. Some other
Gamescom
Nintendo
did
stuff
kind
has
of
happened.
happen.
Yeah.
Just gonna go ahead and type that in right now.
Gamescom just kind of happened.
Gamescom kind of happened. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. It just happened. It's like, I guess we'll
It
talk
does.
about what happened, but it happened. Like it just happened.
It does happen. There's a Nintendo Direct. I'm sure
That
things
was
were
for the Kirby
announced.
Air rights. Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, yours. See, I didn't pick up on Kirby Air Ride. I'm only here to talk about the expansion to Cult of the Lamb, which is not a Nintendo thing. It just like got shown off at Nintendo.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure that the Switch 2 runs Cult of the Lamb very good.
I would hope so. Cause good God.
I mean,
What the
that's
fuck are you
bold
paying five
hope.
hundred
That
dollars for? What the
that
fuck are you paying $500
that's
for?
the actual question I had about the Switch One. They'd be like, "It's the portable indie machine," and I'm like, "Dog, it's called a Dell laptop. It's cheaper, and it runs on the internet, unlike the Switch."
It's now the Steam Deck now.
Hi, it's me again, Stella, a known thirst master, level 37,000, and Nintendo hater extraordinaire. I'm back to tell you about how all your love for Nintendo is foolish rose-tinted glasses nostalgia, and you're wrong for having these ugly opinions once again. Thanks for listening. We'll get to that portion of this. I'm pretty sure I shit on Nintendo like at least every other episode, if not every episode.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I,
yeah.
like if Nintendo did a direct this month, I am going to talk about Nintendo in a bad tone. Like there is nothing this studio can do to like pull back the barbs that I am like shoving in the Nintendo voodoo doll every night before I go to bed.
Just
Just,
constant
just gonna
chaos. Oof.
do you want to do your do you want to how do we want to do this? Do we want
I
to
guess
start with
we'll talk
like
about games that we played. As
yeah, we can do
normal.
it. What you been doing the last 2 months? What's been
Oh
going on? What
damn.
have you
The
been
the
playing?
last two the last 2 months have really purely been abiotic factor as the 1.0
I was
release.
so ready to just like wait for you to be like the last 2 months. All I've been playing is Parasite Eve.
Eve. God, I wish as well,
Yeah,
but
I know you do.
the,
I know you do.
that
You
that's
sick
that
fuck.
requires setting up the
You
PS3 and
sick
stuff, and I'm
fuck.
just not. I'm too
You know what?
depressed to
You know
start
what? That
doing that.
sounds like you don't love Parasite Eve as much as you used to. Old you would have had that PS3 perma hooked up.
I mean, it was perma hooked up, and then it was switched out, so it's not anymore. And
Why'd
now
you
I'm
let
just too
Nintendo
lazy
do
to.
that to you?
No, the PlayStation did that to itself. It wasn't even Nintendo; it was the PlayStation. So it was its own undoing.
Oh.
Like I don't.
It's okay. You'll totally be able to enjoy Parasite Eve when it comes out with a remaster for the PS6.
See, here's the thing I'm thinking about Parasite Eve
Uh
that I
huh.
had thoughts of.
Please
So
hit me with your
I
thoughts
I
about
I
Parasite
I
Eve.
I just realized the thing is that Parasite Eve is based off a copyrighted book, or it's like based off of a book. So like the thing about Parasite Eve is that it takes place after the events of a book, and the events that happen in the book are slightly referenced in Parasite Eve. But the thing is, again, that is a book. So I just realized if Square Enix wants to put Parasite Eve back on the
Oh,
market again
hold on,
and
stop!
end
I gotta
these,
stop you. We gotta stop right now. Put a pin in this. It's dead. I'm sorry.
okay,
There was a detail here I've been missing the entire time. All this time I'm making fun of you for being a Parasite Eve enjoyer and hitting you with these. Oh, but it'll surely get a remaster. I'm gonna be honest. I care so little about Parasite Eve that
oh,
I didn't realize that's owned by Squeenix. So let me stop all your hopes and dreams forever now. That's never fucking happening. That's dead. Squeenix, they're not in the business of making money anymore. They're in the business of 14 will keep the company alive and I'm gonna turn all the money into NFTs. You're not getting anything from them. I'm sorry. I actually kind of feel bad now.
mm-hmm.
Like in the
Yeah.
world of remasters, there was a sliver of a chance. Not with no 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 no. But we were still waiting on that Final Fantasy VII remaster Part 3, and that game is like kind of hated now because it's like you made it like a weird Ubisoft open world thing, and I just wanted the game to look nicer and run better. That was it. Yeah, you're never getting any Parasite
Well,
Eve ever again.
okay,
That
yeah.
that
The
is
only
lot that
remasters,
Parasite Eve money is purely for NFTs now. Sorry,
yeah,
only apes, only apes. Parasite
the
ape.
the Square Enix stuff, I know, at least in particular, is that they will reserve remasters or remakes for their Final Fantasy, as we've seen with Final Fantasy Tactics having a remake, the Izalith Chronicles, or yeah, Izalith Chronicles, or something along those lines. Uh, they did remaster Bravely Default, surprisingly, but that is probably like, not hard. They only had to do is just port the 3DS version onto Switch 2. So I guess. But who knows? But I think at least Parasite Eve wise, I think the chances are basically almost none, just because I realized that after the fact that that book is a copyrighted thing, that means either they're going to have to give money to the author, or the
Give money to
what
Arthur. Arthur
yeah, Arthur.
Parasite Eve.
Yeah, Arthur Parasite Eve. No, the author of that book, or whatever owns the copyright of the book, or have to wait till public domain happens of that book.
Arthur
Which
Parasite Eve Esquire.
uh, look, I'm
Bro,
way too
I'm
bad.
just like, my brain is like, just like, in my head, I've already created the shittiest, cheapest, like, quickest Photoshop edit of Arthur Morgan and something from Parasite Eve and just slapped it on there in, like, a layer on top of each other.
Ivalus Chronicles. That's what the
Instead
Tactics
of
monster is.
Black Lung Morgan, he becomes known as Arthur Parasite Eve Morgan.
Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, Arthur. Don't you know, Arthur?
Arthur, I have a plan.
It requires $1 billion in tax money and this wonderful book I found. We'll be making millions, Arthur. I tell you what.
Arthur, you appear to be growing mandibles like some kind of insect. He just like chitters at him halfway through the cutscenes like bug sounds.
God. No. What happens is that he just immediately combusts. He does spontaneous combustion. That's literally like 50% of the plot in Parasite Eve. People just spontaneously combust in that game. It's funny.
Oh
But
my
yeah,
god,
no. So
dude.
who owns
Arthur
the?
Parasite Morgan is incredible. I can't stop thinking about this.
Okay,
This is the most excited about Parasite Eve I've ever been in my life.
God. Okay, here we go. It's actually called Parasite Eve. That's the name of the novel by Hideaki Senna. First published in Kadokawa in 1995. So yeah, so I'm pretty sure the fact that this published in 1995, we're not seeing this enter public domain in our lifetimes, probably. So I don't know unless fucking Square Enix just decides to buy the rights off
Yeah, I
of
don't think that. I don't think that.
the author.
I don't think that's
Yeah,
happening.
yeah, no. So I don't think
I
we're
don't
just
think,
gonna.
I don't think
Parasite
it's
Eve is
going
just
down there. Yeah,
dead. Yeah.
like most things of our youth, it's just dead now.
It's just dead. It's just dead. So yeah,
So yeah, you've been playing a Biotic Factor, right?
yeah. A
What
game
the
about
hell is a
science.
Biotic Factor? What is this game?
Okay, so this game is a survival crafting game. But I know, I know a lot of people are gonna be like, "Ugh, one of those games," and like, I get it. The thing
No, see, the
about
problem
this,
is most people are on your side here, and they're like, oh, it's another
uh,
generic survival crafting game? Let me go play it until the next one comes out. That's
but
like
the thing is
half of
that it's
Twitch
not
streams at this
generic
point.
though. That's the best part about
They
like the
all
thing
are.
about
They all
the
are.
the thing about this game is that it has a great
I'm,
like
I'm,
good
I'm looking at
characters.
it.
Like
I'm
it
looking at
like
it right now.
the visually it looks like the Half-Life games because it is basically kind of based off of that. However, it's not the same universe or anything like that. They just wanted to basically just be like, hey, we're doing something similar vein of Half-Life, but instead of Black Mesa, it's called Gate is the company. And so essentially it's like these scientists uh around the world like are investigating like in secret like projects, researchers and all that sort of thing. Like just what are called uh immerent immeriment subjects or IS for short. Um and so that's the sort of SCP if you remember that back when like 2012 or whatever when it was popular in 2013. And so it's just basically like these sort of like objects or um, what's called entities that like act in very strange behavioral ways, and it's basically scientists researching that. So it's like the Black Mesa and then like SCPs combined. But the thing about this specifically is that you work as a scientist in the Australian part of Gate, because you start like in the outback and drive to like the facility, and so what happens in your job is that all hell breaks loose. Someone basically tried to open portals because that's kind of what that specific gate facility research facility was trying to do, was basically trying to do perforations and being able to open into different worlds or antiverses as they're called. And yeah, all hell breaks loose. So now you as a scientist are trying to basically make your way out of this facility with different IS entities running amok, but
Yeah,
also
I've been looking at
what
the
is
Steam page and watching trailers, and
yeah, and there's
I'm
also
looking at a thing that like aesthetically, I fucking hate this. I'll be honest. Like aesthetically, this aesthetic, the way this looks, irritates the fuck out of me.
yeah, because it's the Half-Life look to it. So if you don't like that look, then yeah, I don't.
No, I think it
You
looks terrible. I think it looked terrible back then, and I think it definitely doesn't have any nostalgia value at all.
I
It's
mean,
like I
like
don't. It's like the worst of like PS1 graphics era.
I mean, but the thing is that this was a PC one, but either way, like the whole thing about it is that it's supposed to be like similar in that art style and direction. So if you don't like it, I completely understand. But like that's the whole basis of its references on. But I think the more important about like this game is more about the characters, the narrative, and the lore. Because again, like the way shit goes, the way hell breaks loose, and you're trying to make your way out, you find other different researchers who basically are also trying to make their way out, but also understand more of what is going on in the facility. There's even like two characters that are more prominent. called Abe and Janet, and you actually see them more frequently as you play through the game. But
Mm.
it's it's just like as you explore through this entire facility, you open different rifts into different portal worlds, antiverses, and like a lot of those worlds are also references to other games in a sense. Like what the second world you open up to is called Flat Hill. Um, and yes, it is basically a reference to Silent Hill because there's a fog as well, and you going through basically a small little town. It's actually very small, like the little world that you explore. But the things that now inhabit that place are called composers, and these giant monsters made of porcelain with uh holes like in their like for their eyes and like in around their body, and like they make like an ungodly sound as well, and like if they see you like they're enraged and will try to come and like pick you up and crush you. Like it's
Okay.
it's a very interesting worlds that they've developed in this game. So I
I
really enjoyed that aspect of it. And again,
I
there's
feel
just
like
a
I'm looking at this, and like there's part of your pitch here that sounds appealing, and then I'm just like, while I'm hearing those appealing bits there, which is like that little tidbit of world building and story nonsense, and then I'm just like consistently looking at trailers of the gameplay, and the two do not meet in a way that like makes sense to me, in that I'm just like, this seems like the only part of this I might even remotely enjoy is like the price of that potentially being enjoyable is this gameplay that I'm looking at that just looks so uninteresting.
I
It's
mean,
dude, it's the base building every time. I'm just like, bro, I couldn't care less about this type of thing in games, no matter how much you want me to. And like, I'm also like looking at reviews and stuff, and I know I'm not like the mark for these games. Like I never am, because like I fucking hate base building. I think base building is bad. I never want to see it again. I think it's a stupid waste of time all the time. Like, it just seems like it's a thing that fluffs time to me. Where I'm like, everybody's like, oh, look how good this base is. And then it's like, oh, we survived the thing. Time to repair the base so we could survive the next thing. And I'm like, this is fucking stupid. This is so dumb. It's just busy work. Laced in a thin veneer of, like, fucking gussied up plastic or whatever. And I'm looking at this review, right? And I'm just reading this review over and over on the Steam page. And it's making me hate the game more with each reading of it. And I'm gonna read it right now. I am not gonna say the
okay.
person's name. I'm not gonna put that on here. It just says, okay, so here we go. Disclaimer. Played through the game solo only and reached the end in 60 hours. Okay, here we go. I don't think I've ever seen a game that blends genres that well. As so many pointed out, its Half-Life 1 aesthetics meets Subnautica survival mechanics and the SCP universe. Okay, so right there,
Yeah.
that sentence alone, everything in that sentence makes me want to vomit. That is
Okay.
like the
That's
worst combination of things I could have ever heard in my fucking life. Like, holy fuck, it's immersive, highly customizable, and highly addictive. Those are just buzzwords, man. Like, just one more supply one. Okay, why though? One more base to build? Oh no. No, one more minute, hour exploring this giant interconnected facility you find yourself stranded in. I'd recommend going blind, as the horror of the unknown and wonder of discovery is what hooked me in right away from the start. Bro, that's just any video game that's slightly spooky that you haven't played before.
the thing about
Like
the
that's not unique to this game, is what I'm saying. Like
no.
everything
I
they're saying here is not unique to this game, and the only part that seems to be unique to this game is its aesthetic, which is taken from another game deliberately, apparently, and then it's like. And here's the part that really gets me, because I think this person is blowing hot air, and it's
okay.
the last part. To me, abiotic factor is to survivals, first of all, that's not a genre. We don't call anything survivals. It's survival crafting, survival horror. Nothing is called just survivals. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think they were
But it
just trying to
says
be like very like.
abiotic factor is to survivals what Baldur's Gate 3 is to CRPGs. We'll come back to that. Or, and here's the real vomit inducing moment where I'm now disregarding any chance of like engaging with this game positivity, is this comparison right here. Or
Right.
it's the Elden Ring to Souls like. It's the new gold standard against which any shut the fuck up. Shut your dirty little mouth. Do not take us down that dark timeline. Elden Ring needs to die in the sand and burn so that we never get a bloated giant Souls-like again where the game would clearly be better if 2/3 of it were fucking gone. You know what I'd rather have? Dark Souls 4. Because it would have just been better. You know what I'd rather have? Bloodborne 2. Because it would have definitely been better. So, wow. Yeah, so they think this person's review thinks abiotic factor is the Baldur's Gate 3 equivalent to CRPGs for survivals. First of all, that's not a genre. Second of all, they're saying Elden Ring to Souls-like, which means they think Elden Ring is the greatest Souls-like game. First of all, I gotta chop this up. First of all, how dare you compare abiotic factor to Baldur's Gate 3, which, by the way, is not the greatest CRPG ever. And I'm not going to tell you what the greatest one is, because that's your homework for today, kids. It's called Google and history. Look it up. Half of what Baldur's Gate 3 did, but Baldur's Gate 2 already did 28 years prior, bro. It's just newer and shiny. Also, Knights of the Old Republic 2 has something to say about that. Don't ever step. Don't ever step. Original BioWare was actually god tier. They aren't anymore, but like OG BioWare, the debut? Are you kidding me? There is not an RPG that hits like Knights of the Old Republic 2. There just still is not to this day. Second of all, Elden Ring to Souls-like. First of all, Elden Ring is not a Souls-like, motherfucker. It's a Souls game. Souls-like is a different genre. That's why you put the word -like on it. That's why we have rogue light and rogue like. You know, when you're leaving a review, you might want to understand what the fuck genres are, because survivals is not a genre. Also, it's not even really a word. Also, Elden Ring is a Souls game, not a Souls-like, and it's definitely not the pinnacle of Souls games. That's a crazy-ass take. You are drinking the Kool-Aid, you are buzzwording, like, I'm like 1 second away from Googling this person's account to see if they fucking work for Kotaku. Like, half this review was buzzwords and praising the game for how original it is by doing a comparison to the thing it is directly pulling from. And I'm just like, this is the dumbest thing. I hate this. I hate everything about it. I hate everything about this review, and I hate this game now. And the just this final part of abiotic factor is to survivals where Baldur's Gate 3 is to CRPG, or Elden Ring to Souls-like, and followed up with it's the new gold standard against which any future survival will be compared to from now on. Dude, it's, first of all, it's called survival crafting. The genre you're trying to review here is called survival crafting, and I assure you, as someone that hates survival crafting, guess what? No, this will not be the new gold standard. You know why I know that? Because none of them are. Because they're all the same game, just with a different aesthetic. They're like the MMOs of their era. There will be 900 other survival crafting games before the year is out. Most of them will never be seen the light of day again. Most of them will be Steam buzz things for a bit, Twitch buzz things for a bit, and then the next thing will come out, much like every half-baked MMO. These games are a dime a dozen. They are the most, like, over-flooded genre on the market consistently because everyone thinks they're all really good, and it's not that they're all really good, it's that you're all crazy people who go play them as soon as they're out in early access or whatever, and then you've played 8,000 hours in build 00.2 of Conan Exiles and you come back when the new update comes out and do everything and then have nothing to do. And that's just MMO players, bro. You're just the new MMOs. You're not special. Your games are generic. No one likes building bases. No one. All right, I'm done. Aiden, you may continue to talk about how much you enjoyed this game now. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say. So yeah. I mean, I understand what that reviewer was saying because the thing is that with Abiotic Factor, they definitely have hit a sort of standard with how what's it called uh it's not meticulous. What's the word I'm trying to think of? They're basically managed to allow you to modify. There we go. Allowed you to modify a lot of the game in terms of just like um, resource management, XP gain, enemies, yourself. Like, there's so many ways you can modify this game to your liking. To essentially, like, funny enough, you can modify this game to almost it be like your god mode sort of thing, like, and you don't need to deal with um the mechanics of like food, sleep, or whatever, or stuff like that. Like, that's how I guess modifiable this game is, and
So
like
so hang
at
on.
that
So
point
now
at that point it becomes a sort of thing where it's like, is that survival craft anymore? Like, not really.
yes,
But
yes
at
it
that same point,
is.
but the thing is that, like, what I'm trying to get at is like, you don't like, if those are just things that you want to explore more
But
of this world, but there's just stuff, because that's kind
well,
of how games
okay.
are. Wait, hold on, I'm still talking. I let you have your time.
But
So
what you're
like
saying is
I'm
crazy.
so hold on, I'm still talking here. I'm still talking here. So essentially, like, it allows you to play this game in the way that you're more comfortable with playing. If you really just want to more understand the narrative of the world, the lore of the world, the characters and story, just kind of how a lot of games have implemented their like story uh difficulty, where like you're not really used playing with the mechanics of the game really at that point. Like, you're more just trying to interface with the game and do it at an enjoyable pace where you don't feel like you have to be good at the game just to get through it. You can play it at how you feel like playing it. And I think that's a good thing for games like these, to be able to tone down the survival crafting stuff so it's not overwhelming. Or if you want to pump it up so it's the most difficult survival crafting you can play it like that too. I don't know if it's going to be an enjoyable experience, but you can do that sort of thing. And I think that's the good thing about a Bioda Factor in that regard, where you can modify these settings to your liking. Because I played this game technically twice already. I've done my solo run of this game, and I did a co-op with 4 people of this game, and there's definitely some adjustments. I If I ever do a new run for some reason, or if someone else, like, there are things where I could consider being like, hey, having played this game twice, I know there's probably this thing that would be good to modify, or these are the things that you want to look at into per se, so it's a little bit of a more enjoyable experience. Uh, but disregard of that, like, the base standard that I play, like, I enjoyed a lot. Like, again, I played through this game twice, a survival crafting game no less, where you have to put in time and the resources to, like you say, build your base, which doesn't have to be fancy. I've done mine literally at the start of the starting area where you spawn in after the tutorials, and it's a very like small, like, cramped space, and it's all weird and everything, but like, it works just fine. Um and my friends, on their playthrough, when we did it, we decided to use the home worlds that they included in 1.0, which are these sort of like aesthetically um these very aesthetic oriented places. Like, the one that they added is Tori, which is supposed to be very based on Japanese culture because it's the cherry blossoms and that, like, art, like Japanese architecture, that you'll see like in Sekiro, or in what's called Ghost of Tsushima type styles. So like you have those home portals that you can um, make your base in, and we did it there. It was very much different from my first playthrough, just on how we decided to set things up and everything. But it worked. We were able to make it our own little place, and it was really cool to do that with friends. Um, it is a little bit, I will say, hard to play this game with friends, and that you're trying to make sure that everyone kind of sticks together and progresses the plot, because it's very easy to kind of in the same way like Baldur's 3, where like you're exploring and then you might hit something of what's called of a story or lore stuff. And so like when people aren't there, you kind of like have people somewhat miss out on that. So it's one of those where you kind of try to stick together, but overall the exploration of the place and like seeing all the little nooks and crannies, all the enemies and all the cool stuff that you can find, and you can craft and build as terms of like weapons and gear, because you're like a scientist who like tries to basically like you get different components and you're trying to like piece together like what if I combine with this and this and I can make a laser pistol. Or I find out like there's now an enhancement table as up in 1.0 where like you put something in there, mostly it's weapons or gear and stuff, and we'll be like, hey, you can upgrade this thing into something much better. Like you can turn this shotgun that now normally requires you to have like a biometric feedback arm wraps to activate. You can upgrade it, and now instead of doing normal bullets, it's acid bullets, or like this SMG that does normal bullets, and now it does uh flame bullets, sort of things. Like it's a really cool aspect of this game on how it tries to lean into the science a bit as well, and do like these little fantastical stuff um to everything of your gear and weapons. So I going just back again to that comment, I get what they're trying to say as a standard, and like yeah, like this game definitely does try to put a lot of effort into creating a making a world that you can play around to your liking, but also everything in itself that's already in there is so good that like it's just really fun to explore and really fun to just delve into. So like I get it. Like completely understand, because for me personally, like this is the game of one of the game of the years, because just how much fun I had with this game. Like again, I put 340 some hours into this game, and I'm gonna be putting more into it because it really is so much fun. It is. I don't know how they're gonna go forward with the story, if they're gonna try to keep putting more into after 1.1, or if there's just gonna be more content altogether, like just side stuff that you can do or whatnot. But I'm really am excited to see what D Field, which is the game company that developed this, and like what they do, because it's an amazing world and I love it. So I completely understand your frustration, Stella, and also like the bewilderment of like the fuck are you calling a survival crafting game if you can just remove the survival craft of it? But I just find that as something normal in terms of just how games are just trying to let everyone be able to play the game and
Okay, all right,
take out those
all right,
barriers. So,
okay, okay. But
but
first of all, that's like not normal. Let's cut into that right now. Most games are not
uh,
fucking doing that.
a lot of games are adding story difficulty as their thing. So, like,
I
I
would say,
completely get
like,
that
okay, so
if
when you
they
say a
try to
lot of
modify
games,
that,
like,
it's
what do you mean by a lot of games? Because I can think of one that's worth bringing up for that argument, and that's Liza
so.
P.
I mean, Liza P has the easy mode, but you
Yeah,
also
but
had
like,
God of War Ragnarok that added the story mode. You have Last of Us
hold on,
that
hold on,
added
hold
the
on, hold
story
on, stop,
mode.
stop, stop.
I know Claire Obscure
Those
does
they
also
had
have.
story modes out the gate. It wasn't added later. Those games always have easier modes. That's
Yeah, yeah,
what
no,
story
yeah,
games are. That's not new, is what I'm saying. That's not like a new
yeah,
push. Like
but
that's
that's
like
one.
saying Devil May Cry has an easy mode for you to play on. Yeah, it always did. From
Yeah,
the
but
very first time. Like it's those games
yeah, but the
have
thing,
difficulties options. That's
Yeah, the
normal.
thing is
That's
that
not new.
survival games don't really do that. They just put you
Right. So,
into the
but
game.
like,
And
okay. So then, when you're putting in, when the game is a survival like crafting game, and then you're adding in from what you were going on about, like, it just sounds like, you could just modify the fuck out of the game with things you can, like, turn on in the settings that, like, just basically negate whatever aspect of the game that you don't want to engage with. And I don't know, maybe it's me, maybe I'm cynical by nature, maybe I'm just not willing to be this much of an optimist either, in that it sounds like the pitch to this game is, we included a bunch of modifiers so that you can modify what the game is until you like it. Which, that, I don't know, that, to me, that's like if I went to a restaurant and they just gave me a bunch of, like, different menus, and then I just pick what I like from each menu, and I'm just like, no, 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 you're supposed to do that part. Like,
no, so
I don't want to
no,
have
it's
to
more
select
it's
all these things to turn off survival crafting and make it easier on me. I want the game to just be good.
No, the game is already inherently good. It's just more like you see
I
the
don't know.
menu and you see the menu and there's something that you want to try, but like let's say you don't really like onions or you don't like
What?
something on it's like if there's something in the menu of like a plate you're like, "Oh, I like chicken." But the thing is that everything around the chicken I just don't like. But if it's a veggie or whatever or something, you can take it out or if you want. But let's say you really like that, you want to add more of it, you want extra of that side or something, you can have more of that. You can modify it so it has more of that. Like that's basically all
Sure,
like this
okay. So then
and
I
it
can
is.
modify Abiotic Factor to be not a survival crafting game and just be like a horde game, and in that case, why the fuck am I playing this when I can just go play zombies right now, or Gears of War horde mode in a day and some hours? You know what I'm saying? Like, if the pitch becomes I can modify the game until it's exactly what I want it to be with what it has, that's kind of cool, except it just feels like extra work on my end to make the game, like, maybe something I'll enjoy, whereas I can just take that time and energy and go play something I do know I enjoy. I don't know, it's just like the idea of, like, tinkering with what the game is at that level, kind of out the gate as an option, seems nice at first to me, and then the more I think about it, the more it just kind of irritates me. Like, it's just like, no, why don't you just make the game? Why am I
That's
making the
but
game for you now? I
no,
don't want to do that.
that's the thing though. Like the game is already there. The thing is that so many people come into a game like wanting a specific experience of it, but the thing is that like it's again the difficulty mode sort of deal where it's like you want the game to be challenging or you want the game to be as pleasant as possible and you pick those difficulty modes to try to make it so you're at a pace that you enjoy it, but the game's already
Okay.
there. You're
Sure,
trying
okay.
just to
Yeah, I
set your
guess I'm not
expectation.
understanding then at all, because I don't feel like we're
Yeah.
talking about the same thing anymore. Because you kept saying modify and, like, make yourself God mode. So just, like, factually, can I turn a thing on and ignore survival crafting and base building 100% out the gate,
Okay.
yes or no? Like, that's what I need answered.
like
Because
like
it
look like
sounds like you're
I'm
telling me I can mod the game with inbuilt systems they've put in place to, like,
yes
change it to
there's
be what I want it to be.
Yes, because there is something called modify sandbox settings. The sandbox nature of survival craft. Like I'll hold on. Just so that way you know,
Okay,
I'll
hang on.
give you an
Well, nope,
example.
nope. So it's the fucking don't starve together or don't starve shit, where when you create a custom thing, you can choose the size of it, you can choose the length of seasons, you can choose how abundant resources are, all that shit.
Sort of, yeah. That's the
Okay,
sort of thing that you're.
here's the thing. That never helped me like those games more in any of them, because I've played Don't Starve, and being able to dial those things up or down didn't make that experience any more enjoyable in any way, no matter which way I went on those dials. And, like, yeah,
Okay.
there's just no way I'm gonna be won over by this, just because, like, I like the aesthetic of Don't Starve, right? I think Don't Starve is very cute. I'm terrible at it because it's a survival crafting game. Yes, I can go in the settings and change the world to be, like, play with the sandbox settings, and make it easier on myself. I've done that, and then I just get bored. There is no good middle ground for these genres to exist in Stella's brain where I'm going to enjoy engaging with this. I like, at this point, I firmly believe that I will just never like a single survival crafting game, no matter how
That's
much you
fine.
let me modify it. And like, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, I don't know, like, I don't know. I just like all I look at this and I'm just like, this is just like the same thing as every other survival crafting game to me. It's just this is the aesthetic we're going with on this one, and I don't know. They all blur together to me. I do not grasp what the fun is in these. I mean, I didn't grasp the fun of Minecraft when Minecraft was kicking around, and I got Minecraft for like $3. I was an early adopter. And you know how many times I've probably played Minecraft in my entire life? I've probably put less than 24 hours into the entire game across all the years I've owned it. Because I get bored. It's just boring.
That's fine.
And
That's
like, yeah,
fine.
that's like
That's perfectly
survival crafting
fine.
with no story.
Yeah.
But like, even in this, like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, even if there is a story here, it's not, there's no way in my mind this story can be good enough that I will push through it to experience it. And if it is that good, I'll just YouTube it.
Yeah, like again, sometimes a genre is just not your game, and that's perfectly fine. Like I always feel like weird when people like try to like put down a genre because they don't understand it and like try to like be like, no, it's just a terrible genre when it's like not their thing. It's like sometimes it's just not your thing and that's okay. Like it's perfectly fine. I
Sure,
like
but like
for me
when you,
strategy games are like so bad. Like I'm terrible at strategy games. They're just not for me.
are you
But
talking
I can see
4X
the appeal
things
of it.
or like, are you talking
Like so
4X things?
just in general, like 4X, XCOM, whatever, like all these sort of strategy games, they're just
Wait a
I'm
minute, wait a
just
minute. Is
stupid.
XCOM a strategy game to you? That's like a tactics
I
game.
Yeah, but it's a strategy tactics. You're strategically doing tactics.
No,
That's like the point.
strategy is like Civ or 4X to me. The XCOM is not that complicated. XCOM is actually quite simple. It's called "You're Going to Have a Bad Time." Right, you know, I'm not memeing there, and that like there's not really like the strategy of XCOM is very simplistic. It more just it's not really about
Well, you,
strategy
well,
because like
you have missions.
a baby could figure out how to fucking engage in an XCOM thing. The strategy isn't the challenging part. The challenging part of XCOM is how much of these dice rolls gonna fuck you over.
Yeah, and
The
the
part you
strategy is
can't
that you like
control.
have to deal with how do you deal with those bad rolls? How
Oh,
do
you
you
don't. You
fix
don't. You
you
just get
fi-
fucked over. XCOM is not a game you strategize to win at. It's a game you eventually get lucky enough in to strategize the rest of it through. But the luck is the deciding factor. There's no amount of like strategy going on in XCOM that like make guarantees you a successful run, because it's the dice roll that decides whether the strategy gets to work or not the like cleverness of your strategy. Like the game doesn't care. Whereas in like Civ, maybe Civ's a bad example, but like a 4X game, that's a strategy ass game. You know what I mean? Like I would compare like XCOM is more like a tactics game in that like yes, there
Yeah.
is
Okay.
strategy going on, but if you define strategy, there's strategy going on in every single game that's ever existed. So that's a poor genre descriptor. But like XCOM is
Okay.
not like a Civ or a
Okay.
4X game level
Strategy
or
or tactics
complicated.
games. Strategy or tactics game. All right. Strategy
Tactics
or
is
tactic
like
games.
Tactics is XCOM. Tactics is the Gears XCOM. Tactics would be Final Fantasy Tactics. Tactics, I would even argue you could say fucking what's it called? That goddamn Nintendo game everyone loves with the dudes with the swords. There's like 6 of them in every Smash.
Oh, Fire Emblem.
There it is. I knew you would have it. I don't have it. Fire Emblem. That's like a tactics-ass game when it's in that part of the game, and then it's like a visual novel or something. I don't know. But like,
Yeah.
strategy to me on the low end would start Civ in its simplest form, and then go into the crazy 4X shit that I cannot even conceive of. So like, just to clear that up, and I'm trying to see what you see in Abiotic, because you've clearly played a lot of it, and even you, who definitely dives deeper into these genres than I ever will, this is a lot for you to, like, praise. And I'm just like, I don't see it. I just don't see what's, like, different about this one, that you have put so much more time into this one over the last, like, 30 survival crafting games I think you've talked about on this show, because you're known to check out the genre often, in my opinion. It's definitely one you end up looking at way more than I do. But usually, you have never dived this deep into it.
Yeah, like I think compared to the other survival craftings I played, like this is the one I put the most hours in, and I definitely will still come back to this game just because
Well, I
I
mean,
enjoy
the
that.
people
And
who enjoy that know that this is a good game, then, according to you, the survival crafting guy of the show, this is the one, says Vaughn. This one,
yeah, no, this definitely
unfortunately,
is the one. Like I
can I post a review for a game I don't own and just put only an early access podcast co-member and owner Vaughn says this is the one.
this is the one.
This is the one.
This is the one. I sadly don't think you can do that. I'm sorry to say.
I'm gonna
You
need
have to.
you
I
to post a review because I'm not
already
buying
did
this
post a
game
review.
review. Well, post
I
that review because it's funny. This is the one.
This is the one. I'll just edit mine and just put edit. No, this is the one.
This is the
That's
one.
like, that's
just
just a
put it at the
note.
top. The TLDR of your massive long review is just at the top. This is the one.
This is the one.
All caps.
Yeah.
And
This is
then
the
link
one.
the podcast episode, and there you go.
Oh my god.
There you go. And that's just called shameless self-promotion. Jesse Cox taught me that.
I don't even know if they allow that in reviews. Is the problem? I think they would probably be taken down.
So don't link it. Just say this is the one, as discussed on the only anything access.
It's just shameless. Yeah, I don't think there's much more. Yeah, I don't think there's much more to say of this. If you like survival crafting games, please look at this one. It's so good. You deserve to have a good time, and I promise you, you will enjoy this if you like the genre of it. If you're even mildly interested in this, I would at least say, maybe look up a video or two about it, just so that way you understand what you're going to get yourself into. But other than that, really, like, for me, it's one of my favorite games of all time. It really is. I definitely would put this as my game of the year. And yeah, no, that's
game
kind of it.
of the year. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me that you're saying that. Game of the year.
I had that same feeling for this game last year when it was still in early access, and I think it was maybe like
wait a minute.
3 updates.
Is this game out? Is it like early access
yes,
still?
It's already out. No, it's already out because it was in early access starting I think last year or 2023. I forget which one. But I played it through its early access period, and then 1.0, which is the game completed with like came out in July, and it came out with on PlayStation and Xbox as well, and there's crossplay between them as well.
Game of the year, though, is what you're saying.
Yes, for me, game of the year, easily.
It's easily this guy.
Easily.
My man, Claire Obscure is gonna gamage this game out of the fucking stratosphere.
I mean, fine, that's fine. I completely understand. But for me, this easily game of the year, just on how much I've fun I've had with this game.
Woof. Game of the year, he says.
Yeah.
That's his game of the year. He's locking it in. There's a couple more months left, and he's locking it in. Again.
Bro, everyone played Claire Obscura, and they locked in their game of the year at that point.
Yeah, because Claire Obscura is an immaculate masterpiece, and I still haven't even finished it. This is a genre that's bloated out of its ass. Like, come on, it's not even close.
I'm locking it in. I don't care. Game of the year.
Also, first of all, Ghost of Yotei is about to slaughter everyone like a Kurosawa film. I don't care what anyone says. Like, have you seen the trailers for this game? Dude, Ghost of Tsushima kinda got slept on and then stole the show down the line. This one's absolutely not getting slept on. I feel bad for Claire Obscura, because it's probably not gonna win. I get the feeling it's gonna be Ghost of Yotei. Let's be clear. It's probably one of those two. That's
Or Silk
probably
Song.
your two.
Speaking of, Silk Song comes out in September 6th, as well
Well,
as some one of
what?
the announcement. Silk Song, the sequel to Hollow Knight, I guess sequel,
That's
finally is
not
coming out.
real.
It's
No,
real. It's
no,
real now.
no. I don't believe you.
There's a trailer and everything.
I
Like
don't believe that trailer.
okay. Next month, I'm going to just send you the image, the store page with the
Yeah,
sign that
nope,
says you can
nope,
buy the game with
nope,
real money
nope,
and show you it's
nope.
like it's real.
Until someone is on my Steam page playing Silk Song, or like I am watching someone play Silk Song, I do not believe Silk Song is real. And I think that's a reasonable stance for me to have at this point. I don't care that there was a trailer, an announcement date. I don't care if everyone else is still a believer. Y'all have been believers for like 10 years straight. I'm proud of you. I will believe Silk Song is here when Silk Song is here, and not a second prior to that. There are people who went into high school and came out and started college and got degrees before this game came out. I will believe Silk Song is here when it is actually physically in my hands. And only then, after playing like 30 hours of it, will I be willing to say that Silk Song is real.
29.9 hours? No, I don't think it's real. 30
I don't
hours?
know about
Okay.
this.
Nah. Oh, and you know what? It's real now. I
But you
believe it
know what?
now.
All things, it's been a decade. I think it's pretty reasonable of me. Also, I
Yeah.
don't actually know if I'm going to play that because I'm a notorious,
Oh,
like, Hollow Knight is a masterpiece in my mind, but I hated playing it.
I definitely probably will not. I haven't even finished Hollow Knight, and I don't know if I will. Maybe
Oh,
I'll come back
I
to it at
didn't
some
get very
point, but
far in Hollow Knight. I just did not enjoy playing it. But I think it's a great game.
yeah, I don't know. I'll see. But yeah, it's
I am
been announced
unlikely to play
and
Silk
like
Song.
officially of like there is a release date. And we'll see if it's real on that day. We'll see if it actually. Yeah,
We'll
we'll
see
see
if
if
it's
it's real.
real.
We'll see if it's real. Uh,
Number 5 is
number
Silk Song
so
Real.
real.
You can see in this thumbnail from that is a very
Oh,
specific bit for a very specific age audience, and anyone outside that bracket has no idea what that joke is. Y'all kids don't know about Nuke's top 10?
no.
Nope, don't know about that. That's okay, you're not really missing out. Did you play anything else besides Abiotic
Yeah,
Factory
I was about to
Sequence?
say it's like we derailed so hard. So yes, I did play more stuff. I played Peak.
I've
I
heard of
think you
this. This is
might
the
have heard of.
climbing game. I've seen stripping streams, I
Yes,
think.
yes, yes. It's
It's
the
funny
climbing
to
game.
watch people play this game. It very much seems like Stella would not enjoy playing this game, most likely. But I
Maybe.
enjoy watching people play it and fuck around and find out.
Yes, it's very much you fuck around and you find out and oh god, why did you do that? Why did you eat that? Why did you touch that? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's very much that.
I've enjoyed the mass amount of stream titles that is just like a variation of the sentence, "This is peak gaming."
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I'm just like,
It was.
I love this, and I know everyone is tired of these stream titles, because, like, every streamer and their grandmother was making this joke every time they streamed Peak, and it went
Of
on for, like,
course
a
they
month
did.
straight, and I'm just like, this is my favorite thing about Twitch, when everyone's like, haha, I'm so funny, I'm gonna make the same joke as this person, and I'm just like, yeah, double down, do it more. Oh, did your chat not like that? Do it again. Like, that's my favorite moment in Twitch communities when I'm like, ooh, are we playing Peak? Is it time for another Peak gaming pun? Oh, you fucking bet your ass it is.
You bitch.
Like, I love it so much because I just love watching people get mad about the titles.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
but that's
it's the Climby Boy game, is what I know it as. The
yeah,
Climby
yeah,
Boys.
yeah. It's the climbing game.
It's gonna.
I
Where's somebody get Nintendo on the phone with the Peak people? I'm sure there's an Ice Climbers crossover that could be done here.
You know what?
Wait,
Probably.
do ice climbers like have like a game? Are they from a thing, or are they just hanging
Yes.
out in Smash as like adoptive kids?
No. They have a game. It's called
Is it
Ice
called?
Climbers.
I was about to
It's
like, is it
called
called
Ice.
Ice Climbers? I've never heard of this
Yes.
game.
Yes. It was one game, one single game that they had
What do you
for
mean
the
one game? They've been
NES.
in every Smash. How are they in every Smash? They've had one game. Hang on, Ice Climbers.
They've only had one
Oh
game.
my. Oh, it's not even called Ice Climbers. It's called Ice Climber.
Oh, even worse. It's
It's
singular.
it's Ice Climbers, a 1985 platform video game developed and published by Nintendo. It was released for both the arcade versus system and the Famicom Nintendo Entertainment. One game in
One
1985.
85.
Actually, 84, the initial release date, 84, and then
Yeah,
it
for in
came into
Japan.
yeah. And it's
Yeah.
like, bro, these motherfuckers have been in every single Smash. Like I'm a Nintendo hater these days, and Smash people can suck a dick and die. I don't give a fuck. But like, these dudes have been in every Smash game. Like they're somebody. They have what?
Yeah. Yeah.
What? Yo,
Yeah.
there is a guy who worked on Ice Climber who got into like the dev team for Smash and has rode out under like Nintendo and only worked on Smash games, and every time he's like, you're gonna put the fucking Ice Climbers in there, and they're like, look guy, we put him in last time, and he's like, well, you still got another 3 character slots to fill, don't you? Gotta be a bigger roster this time, don't you? Look at that, Ice Climbers, one slot down. Like, there
You
is
know,
one remaining developer from Ice Climber who has just attached themselves to Smash like a leech, and they are just forcing this duo upon us. Like,
you know
these
who that guy
dudes...
is? It's
Is it
Masahiro
Miyamoto?
Sakurai. No, it's
Is it really?
Masahiro Sakurai.
You know what? You know what? Sure, I'll
He's
believe
just
that
that
rumor.
he is that kind of dude. He's the one kind of like, you don't know about this 1985 game for the Super Famicom or Famicom. I'm about to show you, and like you just that's me. That is Masahiro Sakurai.
Yeah. Dude, like, this is like the era of fucking Clue Clue Land and Excite Bike, Balloon Fight, like, bruh. Okay. Alright. That was an hour already.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Peak. Yeah.
Is it
It's
is it
fun.
peak? Is it
Is it
peak?
peak? I mean, it's fun, but I don't know peak. Uh, yeah, I play that with friend. It's better with friends as always. What else have I played? I have no idea why. Uh, I just decided to get back into uh a Yu-Gi-Oh. There's like a Yu-Gi-Oh!
What?
Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution. It's just one of the
What is
like single player
happening
games.
to you?
I have no idea. I was just like,
You're
you know what? I need
you're
to
over
pick up
here like
Yu-Gi-Oh.
my game of the year is this survival crafting game and peak climby boys, but it's not that good. But it's better with friends. Now it's Yu-Gi-Oh time. Like, are you okay? Are you like sick? Like, what has
No,
happened?
no, I'm not okay. I just play whatever the fuck I feel like, and sometimes
This
it's
dude is
300
going.
hours abiotic factor, and sometimes it's you know what? I need to play a card game, and Yu-Gi-Oh just apparently fits that
This
card game.
guy's like out here like playing Yu-Gi-Oh! War of the Roses on me or fucking whatever. Like. Everything you're talking about today, I'm just like rubbing my head and I'm just like, Yu-Gi-Oh? Really?
Yeah,
This is what he's been up to?
yeah.
I feel like I feel like I'm aging rapidly on this podcast, and we haven't even gotten to my my shit
Good.
yet.
I'm glad.
You're hitting
I'm
me
glad.
with like heavy doses of poison injected into my body. In this episode, you're just like survival crafting for an hour. Now I'm here to talk about number 2, Yu-Gi-Oh, and I'm just like Yu-Gi-Oh. That's what you're
Yu-Gi-Oh.
doing.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, tell me about Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean, there's not much to say. It's just Yu-Gi-Oh. It's Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution, which is one inversion that they had come out after Legacy of the Duelist, because that included Link monsters. Don't worry about it. I don't have to go too much detail about it, other than just that's the version I decided to play, and yeah, it's just Yu-Gi-Oh. That's it.
Okay.
It's Yu-Gi-Oh. Uh,
Okay.
Another game I played. I haven't gone to play this game. I need. My friends just gave me an invitation to it. Into the Unwell as a playtest. Apparently.
Into the Unwell?
Yes, it was
Okay.
shown in the Summer Games.
Oh, that was a while ago, buddy.
Yeah. It was shown during
Into
then.
the Unwell?
Into
Okay.
the Unwell.
And I see it. What is this?
It's like a rubber hose looking game. Um, Still haven't tried it, so I'll hopefully give it a look this month. I mean, it looks cool, so that's why I'm like willing at least to try it out. Um, the next game, I don't know if I want to get a sequel to this one. I looked at it and it looks interesting. I somehow have the first
Dude,
game of
this looks
this,
sick
which
as
is
hell.
yeah, like I said, it looks cool. It's
Oh,
very
it's a roguelike? Stella's down.
yeah,
She's good to go.
and you can play with up to 3 people.
Oh,
So you can play with two friends as well.
bro, it's giving the same energy that Cuphead gives.
Yeah, rubber hose. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the style of animation, rubber hose. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
it's a good style, but like I ain't playing no Cuphead. Let me be clear, Cuphead's incredible. I ain't playing no Cuphead. It falls into that. Hollow Knight's incredible. I did not enjoy playing this game. I will not finish this game. But it's incredible. But this, I'm vibing with this. Roguelike. Also, can we talk about the developer name? Did you notice that? The developer
Developer.
of Into the Unwell is the incredibly named studio. She was
She
such
was,
a good horse.
and the publisher's Coffee Stain Publishing.
And I'm just gonna put she was such a good horse. Uh-huh. Okay, yep, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
I have added this to my wish list. This looks neat. I love how every time I look at a roguelike, the Steam's like, yeah, you play a bunch of these fucking things, you sicko. Why don't you play this one? I do. I do play a lot of roguelikes.
Oh. So a game I was trying to talk about. The game is called Receiver. I don't know how I own this game. But there's a sequel to it.
Receiver, and you don't know how you
Receiver.
own it.
I have no idea how this came into my library. No fucking clue.
I don't even.
Um,
Oh, receiver. Okay, I was like, I
Receiver.
was typing it in and I didn't even see anything. Yeah, what the hell is
Oh my
this
God.
nonsense I'm looking at?
I don't know. It's a very meta-driven game, but essentially, like you, um, the whole gameplay aspect is that you're supposed to find 11 cassette tapes, but the thing is that you're just, I guess, a disembodied figure. But the way that the game mechanically works is that you're given a pistol that you spawn with, um,
Huh.
and you're given like ammo, magazines, and you're actually having to mechanically like load, unload, and use the pistol as if you were actually using the pistol. But the thing is that it requires a bunch of button prompts. So like, do you want to take out the magazine? That's a button prompt. Do you want to
Oh, okay, yep. I'm
Yeah,
looking at that.
it's a
I'm
very
seeing that, and it's like as I'm seeing it do that, and I'm reading the Steam reviews that literally just like broke down what you broke down. I'm instantly, my brain's like, oh, no, 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 no. This is that fucking everything's 9 million steps authenticism that fucking the cowboy game did, and it made me want to rip my teeth out and gouge my eyes out with them.
yeah, Red Dead Redemption. Yeah,
Bro, like that is that point where I'm like, yeah, this is the point where your immersion went so far it achieved the opposite effect of immersion. It pulls me out of it because I'm just like, fuck off with this.
there's some sort of meta thing to the whole game I don't quite understand. But it's a really hard game. So that's why I only played a little bit of it just so I can at
Mm.
least understand what's coming from.
It's
But
weird that like it's
there's
called receiver and you don't know how you received it. I don't like that.
it's really funny. Um, but the
I think
sequel
that's not the
apparently is a
word I
bit
would use,
is
but okay, if you get haunted, that's on you.
yeah. Uh, the game was like developed in like a week or something like that. So like I'll give it credit that at least it was able to like pull something out. But the sequel apparently a bit more refined. I think a little bit more complex, but still some sort of meta-driven narrative to the entire thing. So I might give the sequel a look to it.
Okay.
Um, I'll see.
Are you
But another game.
typically someone who do you play a lot of games that have like that meta driven narrative thing?
I don't know. Some just kind of call to me, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, or I don't realize
Mm,
as a meta to
mm.
it, and like
I'm
as I'm playing
usually
through it, I'm like, okay,
not
you know what, cool.
like meta telling storytelling to me like it lands usually in a sense of distaste for me in the same way that like meta storytelling is just the serious version of breaking the fourth wall for comedic storytelling, and I don't really like either. You know what I mean? Like, when I want to engage with a world, I want that world to be its own thing. I want to, like, engage with it. I don't want to feel it, like, overlap with the real world, at least in the moment I'm engaging with that world. Like, I don't want to watch Star Wars or play a Star Wars game and have it make me think of a thing in my real life. If I make that comparison after I'm done engaging with the entertainment, that's a different experience, but like metagaming or like breaking the fourth wall in terms of storytelling is like actively doing that, and it always like has the opposite effect that it's supposed to have on me, and that it like completely breaks all immersion in the story, and I'm just like, I don't care anymore. Like it just completely detaches me from it. It's why I never really liked like Deadpool comics even, let alone like a Deadpool game or stuff like that, where I'm like, there's fun things here, but every time it tries to like go, hey, this is a video game, I'm just like, I hate that. Shut up. I hate that. I don't want that. That's weird. Stop doing that. Like it's just that type of storytelling has never really been a thing that lands well with me, no matter the tone of it.
That's fair. I like I said, I didn't get to engage with much of its meta narrative because I wasn't really good at the game, so I couldn't really
Mm-hmm.
learn about it. But for the most part, games that have some meta narrative and stuff like that,
Some
I honestly
games that
don't
have
mind.
you came dangerously close to
I
saying the
yeah,
sentence games that have marinara.
marinara, just marinara. This game
Games
has marinara.
that have marinara. That I was just like, excuse me. Now, see now, marinara sauce. All right, well you had my attention. Now you have my curiosity.
I just put all the cooking games in there. It's like this game has marinara.
This games that have marinara. we are we've got a wide range of diverse title options so far. um, I have to go to the bathroom. So
Okay.
we're gonna pause at it. Here we are once again. We were on top of
Games that I was playing. One there's
yes.
I'm only gonna add I think one more, and that's because it basically took over my weekend or two.
Mm-hmm.
Quickly, Call of Duty Zombies. I
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
did the story, did the Easter egg, main Easter egg for the last map, so I know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
In terms for Black Ops 7. I
I suddenly, so this ties into future news stuff. Which when we get to the Black Ops 7, there's gonna be a significant level of smug radiating from one of us on this podcast outwardly towards the rest of the known collective universe of the human species, because I was right, motherfuckers. Back to the future, baby. Let's get weird with it. Fuck your boots on the ground. Fuck your generic gameplay. We're getting grapple jetpacks. We're getting camo. And I mean invisible predator shit. We're getting dumbass bullshit. We're gonna video game the fuck up out of this one. Where did all your failures lead you? Cue the Thanos memes, baby. I feel so fucking validated by that. Okay, I'm sorry. That'll come up later. But like, yeah.
We'll
I
get to it
suddenly
later.
care more about the Black Ops 6 zombies, seeing the tease of Black Ops 7 zombies when I was like, it's the boys.
Oh,
The
okay.
boys are back. The boys are back. It's different boys than I remember, but it's my boys, and I don't care if I don't get to play it. I just need to hear them talk. I just need to hear my boys talk. I miss my boys.
So, what I'll say about this is that, at least for the final map of Black Ops 6, the thing is that you're basically given two choices.
Or is that because
it's not Shattered Veil. It's
Shattered Veil is second to last, right?
Yes. The last one is Reckoning. The last one is Reckoning. Reckoning is the one where that's where you see
go to
the ending.
Janus Towers, right?
Yes, that's Reckoning.
And you start to fit, and like I imagine it is like, yo, what the fuck's up with the Richtofen in this world? Is it like a real Richtofen, or is it like?
Yeah, that's the whole point of Call of Duty Cold War, where it's like you realize like the director is Richtofen, and so it's like, yeah, so this Richtofen is an actual real person, and as you saw in Liberty Falls, his wife and child died due to a botch assassination by Weaver and Maxis. They were supposed to kill Richtofen, but they killed the wife and child instead. And there's a whole, I guess, a bit of lore behind.
I mean, I didn't see that in Liberty Falls. I think you and I.
No. That was the Liberty Falls cinematic only showed that his wife and child, Richtofen's wife and child, were dead. That's all it showed.
Wait. That guy's not Richtofen though.
That is Richtofen. That's the same director, Richtofen.
That guy screams Richtofen though when he gets pulled into whatever the magic fucking bullshit is in the elevator.
That is Richtofen though.
Why is he screaming his own name then?
He was screaming Samantha, but
he definitely screams Richtofen in that trailer, dude.
I don't know what to tell you, but it was Samantha because he was like, or Sam, I should say, because the whole thing is that artificial thing that you see in Shattered Veil is SAM or Sam.
Yeah. No, I know about that. Shattered Veil that's the temple map?
No, that's the tomb.
Okay, so I played to the tomb.
I don't know where you are, Stella.
I don't know what the fucking order is because we never did them. That's why I'm trying to ask you, was Shattered Veil the last one?
No, it's not. So, okay, it's Terminus, which is the Weaver and the group trying to get off the island.
It's Terminus.
Liberty Falls is
Liberty Falls happens at the same time. It doesn't need a second place. It's confirmed at the same time. So it's just those are both starting point one. So just Terminus, Tomb, Shattered Veil.
No. You're missing Citadel de Mort. That's the castle one.
The castle one, Citadel de Mort. Okay, yeah. I played the fuck out of Citadel de Mort. I never beat it, but I played a lot of that map because the castle. Let me tell you how Call of Duty Zombies works still to the day we both die. Is it a castle map? Hey, that's the best one. Nearly every time.
So, and like, at least the plot line of Black Ops 6 Zombies is we escape from Terminus. Panos, during Liberty Falls, as that's happening at the same time, Panos manages to escape from the Dark Aether, per se, or at least is able to now go to the Janus Towers after the operators there, quote-unquote, rescue him. And then Citadel de Mort happens.
You and I did Liberty Falls together. Because I remember I felt like the ending was like lackluster because there wasn't even like a cool boss really. It just kind of was like, fight this big guy. He's not really a boss though. He's just kind of a big guy. And then it was just like cutscene. It's over, and I was just like, wait, what? That was it?
Yeah, that was it. And Citadel de Moore is when we find out about the Sentinel artifact. And the old guy that we see in Citadel de Moore was basically Richtofen's
Oh, Citadel
adopted
de Moore
dad.
is where you get that hot cutscene where she kills that guy.
Yeah, but that's where you get Maya killing that
Yeah,
dude.
hey, I learned how to do that from you, and then you know what I did a bunch of? That cutscene over and over and over on every public run I did. I was just doing that. I was just doing that and sighing dreamily in my chair as this hot Latin lady fucking murdered this guy in cold blood, like pure revenge. And I'm like, yeah. That's cute though. I like her motives. I understand these motives. These are good motives.
Wait, I thought Maya was Filipina. She from Latin America, or is she from Philippines?
I don't know, man.
I actually want to know this. Let's see. Filipina. Okay, no.
There you go.
So from the Philippines. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh, look, all I need to know is she's not white and she murders people.
Yup, she do murder people.
She's not white. Not that I have anything against white women, but as a white woman myself, I'm just like, you know, there's something about the non-white women that are just inherently more attractive to me. Maybe it's the sassiness they have. They are better at sassiness. White women we don't really have that.
It's very much Karen for white women.
Yeah. Most white women hit the Karen, or like you get the like sure Jan energy, but like there's a distinct level of sassiness that is like white women culture just doesn't have. Like factually, it's not meant to be. It's just like factually, we just don't got that. You know what I mean? Like we just like I'm not scared of my mom. My mom's white, but like, man, like if somebody's like ethnic mom was like getting riled up, and like even though I'm not involved, you know what I mean? Like I'm like, yo, she pulls off the slipper. I don't care how close friends we are. I'm walking out the door. I know better. I know better. You done fucked up, and I'm not gonna take the blame. I'm gonna throw you right under the bus to your mama. I will absolutely side with your Spanish mom or your African mom. Like, I know better, okay? I know better. I have been in the ethnic communities when I lived in New York. I know better.
Know better.
That they start going off in the language, and it's just a mile a minute, and you can see the status proc, the debuff building on their children in real time. In real time, you can see the mother of the family apply debuffs to everyone in the household is now suddenly on the shit list. In real time. That poison spreads like you wouldn't believe. They are just DOTing you all. It's crazy.
You see the PvP just be enabled immediately there. Like it was just like you just out of nowhere, it's just PvP enabled, and you're like, oh.
It's like when you're running around with your boys in the Souls game, because you summoned a bunch of people in to get through a hard area, and then because you summoned like 2 dudes in to help you instead of like the invader NPC, it's like a high level invader player, and they just roll in and their name is like Grandma Smudgems, and you're just like, ha ha ha, and then they just fucking like ace you with the blood of moons or whatever, and they just emote on you, and it just says, very good. And you're just like, what the fuck? It's that moment when you see the bleed meter proc. That's what it is as a conversation. And granted, keep in mind, I don't speak any of these languages. I have no idea what's actually being said. But, like, you can... The aura, right? Like, you can see the damage being done, where you are aware that this is a danger zone now. And you need to take the winning side. And the winning side is the mother's side. I worked with... There was, like, when I worked at the cafe... my dishwasher, when I worked in the cafe, the guy who was the dishwasher on my shift was Dominican, barely spoke any English. We got along swimmingly. I used to always go get lunch with him. We'd walk over to, like, the little Dominican neighborhood where he was from and, like, eat there. And, like, bro, when I'm making this statement, it's because one time, like, his mother came in and just, like, walked behind the counter back into the kitchen, like, where employees only are, and just, like, tore into him. And no one tried to stop her. Management was there. Like, my management was there. Everyone just got out of the lady's way. So this is how I know as the white bitch. I'm like, yo, the meter is burning, okay? They have full
Yeah.
meter and they are wake up supering you and they are going to land it. It's already been confirmed. The grab has already happened. Zangief has already made the approach. It's too late.
It's the SPD time.
It's SPD time. Like the meter is being burnt. The moment to avoid getting hit is gone. It's over. They've already done it. The round is already over. It's the end screen already. They've already left. They're not even giving you the option to choose whether you want to rematch. They know that this is over and they've won and they've already left. Shout out to the fighting game Evo Future, where all the world champions are just somebody's like Spanish mother or whatever, right? Like, where's that future? Can we just get like all the really sassy, angry like moms holding it down in the communities? Just like, surely there's some Evo gods among you, right? Surely, right? Like, come on, there's got to be a couple. There's definitely a couple untapped talents out there where it's like, I don't know, that Polish lady that makes those pastries. I bet you she's a killer Chun-Li player. I bet you. You know, like there's something there. There's some data we could find. We could make a league. A league could be formed of mothers across the country. I'm just like, I want this future so bad. I want this future of competitive single mothers raising families playing Street Fighter.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god, what the fuck were we talking about?
Maya for some reason.
Oh,
Anyway,
zombies.
yeah,
Zombies.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay,
zombies.
so we were
So
we covered Liberty Falls, we covered Citadel, which is where they
I was
find about
trying
the
to,
Sentinel, and then onward to
yeah,
Tomb.
which is, yeah, because the whole thing is that you find out about the Sentinel artifact. We find out about Richtofen's adopted father and kind of like the whole thing about, I guess I don't know if it's there or in the tomb where we discover that Weaver essentially like killed like, oh no, it's in Shattervale. But like anyway, just whatever. It's just kind of like the whole them Weaver and Max's killing Richtofen's wife and son
Mm-hmm.
was actually planned by someone. That's someone
Mm.
we've never met. Um,
Refresh
and
my memory
so
real quick. Is Sentinel the like crazy monster mage tentacle people from the OG zombies?
no, that is the. Oh my god, what are they called? The eighth, eighth,
I don't
eighth,
remember
eighth.
either. But the
Yeah, but
Sentinel
no,
are from that era, right?
no. The Sentinel
What is the
artifact
Sentinel
actually.
then?
The Sentinel artifact actually comes from the Chaos storyline from Black Ops 4 when they were trying to actually do that storyline. But I guess they kind of scrapped it, but kept some of the ideas from it, and so that's being brought into the Dark Aether storyline. Said so, because that one has Scarlet, like the redhead,
Yeah, that
um,
storyline was
has
great. I loved that storyline.
yeah. I don't know what they. I don't know if
I
they
was
completely
so
stopped it
down
or
for
yeah.
having what I thought Black Ops 4 was setting up, and then it became what it's been. And, like, I hated it at first. It got better in Cold War with the new systems, but, like, and it's better now that it's like, yeah, there are dedicated operators to play as to, like, get the crew, and it's more of a crew now than just anyone. But at the same time, it's still not like we're having sequel syndrome in that, yo, but the boys though, right? Like the boys were peak, and the boys were the boys for like that was the crew for so long, for like 3 games and all the DLCs, right? Like that was the crew, and now like this new crew's kind of okay, but like I just want to play as the boys again.
Yeah, we'll see how that works on 7, but at least
Although I do
right
like
now.
Maya. I like Maya a lot. I like Maya's energy a
Yeah,
lot. I like how she's just like, fuck it, I'm just here to get revenge. I don't care
revenge.
about none of this shit. And I'm like, that's the way, baby girl.
Well, that's the funny thing. She got her revenge in Citadel de Mor, and then now she's just like, hey, I'm trying to help these people like with Sam, and kind of figure out what the fuck to do with that. And so that's kind of what we see in the tomb. Well, actually, more
Mm-hmm.
Shattervale, but in the tomb, we pick up the Sentinel artifact.
Mm-hmm.
And in Shattered Vale is where we try to
Is Shattered
activate the
Vale the
Sentinel.
mansion? You're going to the
Yes,
mansion?
yes,
How's
that's the
that map?
mansion.
How is that map?
So the map itself, I've actually been playing that one quite frequently now.
Yeah, I've seen that
It's
because like I'm kind of itching to do those now that like I've seen that bit of the tease for Black Ops 7 where I'm like, okay, there's the crew we've been playing with, which became way more of a enjoyable like crew in this current Black Ops. I will give 6 that, as I was like, it did address the issues I had with being able to play any operator, where it's like you could still do that, but these people became the crew in their own
yeah,
way. They're not as
yeah.
enjoyable across the board as OG Crew or even Chaos Crew was to me. But I really like Weaver and I really like Maya. I can take or leave the other two. But it's also like the original crew is so good and also was around for so long that it's always going to be a tough sell because they're inevitably going to be compared in my mind. But I did grow to like most of this current crew, and I do like that it was like, no, there's like a crew. You can play anyone, but there's a dedicated crew with like unique dialogue and moments for them. Um, I quite like Terminus. I quite like Citadel. Tomb is
hmm
good. I just think the map's too small, but I really like the map.
For me,
But I
Tomb is a
haven't done
simple one.
Shattered Veil, and
Yeah,
I don't even know what Reckoning looks like.
yeah. Reckoning is a completely different beast. But I guess going back to Shattered Veil, we finally like activate the Sentinel artifact per se.
Mm-hmm.
Like we actually even help Richtofen escape from the world that Sam had put him in Liberty Falls cinematic um thing in the
Oh,
cinematic
okay.
is intro. So we got Richtofen out of there. Um and so what the whole thing going on in the reckoning is that Sam, like the Sam that we know, Max's, is dead. Like she's gone. Like when that Cold War ending happened and she sacrificed herself for the Forsaken, she died. Like she's
Yeah.
completely gone. And so the thing is that Sam, this computer program, is what she's trying to do is that she wants to become Sam. She wants to become Maxis.
Whoa. Okay. So she's trying
Yeah,
to
because
like she's trying to Blade Runner replicate herself.
yeah, like she wants
So
to
so
become
Sam the AI is trying to do a Jared Leto.
yes,
I
sure.
like how you
Uh,
were like so hesitant to agree to that.
sure, whatever. She just wants to become Maxis because like she basically has all her memories, all her stuff, and so she feels like she would be the best next best thing as Maxis because the
Okay.
initial one died. So all she needs is the Sentinel artifact to be able to create the
The
body
body.
to become Maxis.
Okay.
But the thing is that Richtofen instead wants to use the Sentinel artifact to revive his wife and child who died instead. And so the whole thing of Reckoning is you trying to basically get to where Max is because she sealed off the third Janus Tower. And then this is where it gets weird. You get to choose on who you want to help at the end
What?
of the Easter egg. Do you want to help Sam or do you want to help Richtofen? That is a choice that you can make at the end. And what choice you make decides on what boss you fight at the end of the main Easter egg. Do you help
Okay.
Sam? You have to fight Richtofen. Do you help Richtofen? You have to fight Sam. Um,
Is the
and so
end result post the boss fight the same?
that's the thing. If you help out Sam, she gets her new body. If you help Richtofen, he gets his wife and child. But then once that happens, you basically get sucked into the dark ether. Like the main crew gets sucked into dark ether, and like they're in the Janus Tower dark ether, and then that's where you see the four OG, but look different. The Primus, Ultimus, whatever crew this
Yeah,
one
so
is.
based off that,
Um,
then the end of this Dark Ether crew as a Black Ops 6 is they are no longer in the Dark Aether
no,
verse.
no, they're in Dark Aether. They're in the Dark. They got pulled from like their world into the Dark Ether. And so the somehow this Primus crew returned and is also in the Dark Ether. Um, and so that's what we're gonna see in Black Ops 7 on how like what do these two crews do to get out of the Dark Ether or what
Dude,
happens. But
when
the
I saw the four boys and just the fact that like it was unmistakably the four, and it's like, oh, and they look super different, and I'm just like, my brain's like, oh my god, which four is this?
yeah, this is what I don't know if
And
it's
of that
Primus.
four, like which Richtofen of that four is this?
Yeah,
Some of those Primus Ultimus, some of those technically have 2 or 3 Richtofens in those groups alone. And I'm just
yeah.
like, oh, and they all look different and kind of weird and magically. Oh man, this is good. I love this. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I like
I was
that's
so
the ending.
excited when I saw them. I was like, yo.
That's like it like Richtofen comes out and like I forget what he says, but like it shows Takio, Dempsey, and
Yep.
Nikolai. But the thing is that what I don't understand is what canonically happened. Did we actually help Max, Sam, or did we help Richtofen? I don't know what the canonical ending is because you can choose either or. Uh, During
Maybe we'll
the
have to
main.
wait till Black Ops 7 to answer that.
That's what I'm expect we will see in Black Ops
So
7 on what the
so
answer is.
here's my crazy pitch. What if none of that was real?
I mean, it had to happen because otherwise they wouldn't
Did
get
it?
sucked into the dark either.
Did
What
it?
the you could think of it, it's
Did
like
it?
what if the two
Buddy?
alternate, what if the
Buddy, I
timelines.
like look at what Black Ops. Have you seen the Black Ops 7 trailer? How mind trippy it's getting? And like remembering that Black Ops 3's campaign was all about like illusions and shit, like shit that's not real. Like, hey, that spoilers for the campaign of Black Ops 3. Hey, about 90% of that campaign is a fucking lie, and you will not understand that right up until the end. And I don't mean a lie as in you like, oh, someone set you up with false information and blah blah blah, betrayed you. No, I mean as in none of it was real, dude. And you get that at the end where it's like, no, none of that was real. That was all in your head. The last like 10 hours of that campaign, that's all in your head. You didn't do any of that. It's not real. And like 7 is already playing on those themes, and I'm like, bro, what if like the entire crew we've been playing with for zombies isn't like real?
I believe
What if
more
it's
the
not real and then we just go back to a variation of the OG crew and they're just like, fuck it?
the only reason why this is I could that's an interesting concept, but the only thing the reason why it kind of doesn't work is because Modern Warfare 3 zombies exists and that already like
Modern
puts
Warfare
a
3
time.
doesn't matter.
It does because it is apparently
No,
canonical to the zombie storyline. That's all connected. It's why I kind of
bro.
hated that it existed because
Bro,
it
no
connects to the
one is
current.
gonna say that. No one is like, even if that's
Treyarch
true,
is. That's the point. Treyarch worked on that
yo,
mode,
you
so
know
that's
what?
why I'm
If
like,
it's the nope, that doesn't matter if Treyarch worked on it. If it doesn't happen in a Treyarch game, no one cares. Like, come on. We're not giving Modern Warfare that grace. No. If any of that shit that happened matters, because also, what happened in Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, no one can tell you because no one fucking played it. Because no one played Modern Warfare 3 Remastered because it was ass. Like, come on, man. We're not counting that. It's already convoluted enough trying to figure out why there's the 4 boys there and they look different. And is this any of the 4 we've ever seen before? Is this a different 4? Like, there is already too many questions. Like, I don't care what anyone says. That Modern Warfare 3 shit does not matter until the very moment it actually matters in a zombies map in a Black Ops game, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I just can't count that because it just seems like a bunch of nothing to set there to confuse us. Because I'm like, that's like saying the Modern Warfare 3 stories are connected to the Black Ops stories, and I'm like, you show me that. You make it concrete. Like, you gotta really wash away any doubt of that. I know that they worked on it, but they also worked on the zombies from Vanguard. They've been working on the zombies mode with every Call of Duty now because they're usually the better team at it. But like, as far as I think for the sake of trying to understand the convoluted nature of zombies, if we're talking zombies, we're talking about Black Ops games, right? Like, I don't think anything happened over in that Modern Warfare 3 era that matters.
I mean, it kind of matters because we're trying to see whether or not the Maxis storyline is actually true or not. But the thing is that Ravana does come back to play a thing again, and so does like Gray even appear there, like for a moment. Even if it was a recording, it was Gray from the Black Ops like Cold War 6, that Gray. So like it's Modern Warfare 3 Zombies is set in the far future. So like there's already like events that supposedly already should happen, but how we got to that point, I don't
I
know.
don't
I'm
think any
guessing
of
that's
that
what
ever
Black
matters. I
Ops.
really don't, man. Like, I don't. I
I know you
don't
think it don't, but but
it's
that's
like,
what
okay, but
Treyarch
like,
wants. So
is it okay? You keep saying that, but like, you don't have the evidence to back that up, other than the fact that we know that Treyarch has worked on that zombies for that game, but they also worked on the zombies for Vanguard, which is definitely not connected in the fucking slightest. Like,
technically
all of the Call of
the
Duty studios work on everything now. Like, they've been doing that for a couple games. I'm just saying this, you're the way you're making this sound is that like Modern Warfare 3 Zombies is like as important to the story of zombies as like the zombies maps in Black Ops, and I think that's just not the case. If it has any connection at all, that connection is slim and so negligible that it doesn't matter currently right now for the sake of like where the story is a la Black Ops 6 Zombies End and where it's going start of Black Ops 7. You know what I mean? Like, if there's any connection there at all, it's so small and minute that it doesn't matter, and it's not worth trying to figure out where on the timeline it goes right now, because it's just like it's a breadcrumb of nothing practically compared to like the chunkiness of playing through the actual Black Ops maps in sequential order and going through them all. Like, we already have a whole timeline that just got nixed, and but the Sentinel artifact is here now, right? Like, I don't know, it just seems like we're just trying to fit that little bit of tiny connection we have in Modern Warfare 3 when there's really not a lot to go on to bother to do that. And I just don't think it has enough merit to even consider in the storytelling currently right now. If they connect it better, sure. But like, what's connecting it is so flimsy at best. Like, I don't know, it just seems
we
like
technically do see some of the main crew in Modern Warfare 3 dead, like, or at least their corpses are there. Like that's the opening cinematic for Modern Warfare 3 Zombies. But like the thing is that I think Treyarch wants to like is while focusing on Black Ops 7 Zombies is trying to do like some sort of extended um like storyline and stuff like that into the other modes of zombies that they've worked on, just so that way they can try to do more cohesion and like into just other things that they worked on. But like I don't know how it's all going to connect, but that's the whole point of 7 and the future Black Ops Zombies. I assume that we'll see how we get to those
I
endpoints. It's
mean,
just
we're assuming
how
that. I mean, okay, I hear what you're saying, but like, you're making the assumption they want to do that, right? Like, there's no information that indicates either of us are right, is what I'm saying. Is like, you're working on the theory that like 7 and forward, whether it happens in Black Ops 8 or 9 or whatever, will eventually get us to that cinematic of Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, right? Where it'll be like, here's how we got there, and now we pick up from there. Yes, they might, but they also equally might fucking not do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because other than that one little opening sequence and a couple other tidbits, they haven't bothered to connect it any further at all. In fact, they've outright ignored it. Like, I don't know. I until I see way more concrete attempts from them to bother to like connect to that little tease they have in the Modern Warfare 3 zombies, I feel like when I think zombies, I'm thinking current Black Ops game, right? Like that's my story. That's my characters. These are the events that matter. And until it actually like from a Black Ops game rolls into like directly setting up that, like I don't know, it's just there's too much time like on a timeline wherever that would be. There's just massive amounts of time just not covered. So it's just like I don't think it matters right now. Like and I don't believe that they're connecting it at all. I feel like they're pulling away from that little moment where it was like, oh, Modern Warfare 3 Zombies is in the future, except that was a weird like extraction mode that no one fucking played. So like I don't know, it seems like a thing that's gonna like get like they might take what was scrapped for that or needed from that and move it elsewhere, but I don't get the feeling that we're building towards like a deeper connection with that moment. It doesn't seem that way to me. We'll find out, I guess, but I don't think we're gonna find out anytime soon. I would be shocked if in
they
7 they're like,
use
here's how they got here. I'd be like, what? That's crazy.
we'll see
Also,
because
and I
the
think
Vanguard zombies, though, like everyone hated that, but the thing is that that all set up like specifically, it's like those fuel upgrades that we use, like those are based on the gods that you like work
sure,
with
okay,
in
all right,
Vanguard. So
but
like
like,
that,
wait a
like
minute
that's
now, wait a
canonical.
minute
Like
now. That's
that's not like
okay.
a
Hold on,
hearsay or whatever.
stop,
That's
stop, stop, stop. That's not
canonical.
canonical. That's
It
not.
is canonical. It's
Hang on,
canonical.
hang on. Let me talk. You're making this sound like it's a fucking story we can follow from point A to B to C. That is not what's happening there. What's happening is it's very clear that the modern field upgrades we use in Black Ops games now came from what we were using as the god powers in that Vanguard. That's not that it's canonical. That's just clearly that's where it came from on a development cycle level. That is not the same thing
No,
as
it's
like
canonical. There
story
is
wise.
literally lore, like lore implications that we managed to like get the god powers and literally just re-engineer them into the field upgrades. Like
Okay,
that's like
okay, so
actual
sure, that's
story.
still more than the Modern Warfare 3 thing connection, though, is what I'm saying. Is like, and even then, like, okay, so then if we're gonna be sitting here saying that it's gonna lead into that Modern Warfare 3 Zombies moment, then we might as well be sitting here being like, well, there's so many more threads from Vanguard that they need to address. No, there fucking isn't. We don't need those. We don't need it to be bloated with these connections. And I really feel like the Black Ops story is literally just the Black Ops games, man. Like, I don't feel like these connections matter. Like, it just, it's like when the fucking base in the new Star Wars was called Star Killer, and that's a callback to the games, but also a callback to how it was originally going to be Luke Star Killer. It's like, yeah, there's a connection there, but is it a vital connection to the core story of what's being told in the Black Ops Zombies maps? I don't think so, is what I'm saying. I don't think these connections matter as much as you're making them sound. And I would be very surprised if I'm wrong on this. I like having not played all through the maps, but like played through all of the last 2 games with you and stuff. I don't see these connections mattering more over time. I feel like they matter less over time, which means to me it says that the core of a zombie story is the maps in the Black Ops games. The other connections, while they are there, are minute and not necessary to even know of to engage with the story of the Black Ops zombies, right? Like, I don't need to know that about the Vanguard thing. I don't need to know shit about that Modern Warfare 3 zombies thing that no one played again. So, like, again, the story is the maps in Black Ops, is how it really comes across to me, in that, like, these connections do not matter until they show me that they matter. Because right now, they don't. They just, like, that information just doesn't add anything really other than, like, a little flavor lore substance. Like, the most interesting connection of the Modern Warfare 3 part is the fact that, hey, isn't that the crew skeletons right there? What are they doing there? It looks like they were all sitting there with a crazy device. The interesting part of that is how we got there, which would still be Black Ops Zombies maps, right? Like, so the only interesting part of the Modern Warfare 3 thing is the Black Ops parts that lead up to it. Because, like, I don't know, it's just like, I feel like the core story is still just the Black Ops maps, and anything outside of that isn't, like, being held in the same level of, like, importance to me. And it doesn't feel like it is from Treyarch either, but you clearly think they're weaving a wider tapestry. I feel like, especially seeing the OG crew at all, I feel like we're headed back to basics further and further. I feel like we are just going to end up back with the OG crew. I think we're headed back to that more and more. I don't think we're doing a wider connected thing between the different Call of Duty, like, sub-franchises. But who knows? I also didn't think we'd be getting Black Ops 7 directly after Black Ops 6, because that's never been done before, but they had planned this the
Yeah, that
entire
one surprised
time.
me the most,
So
honestly.
it's all up in the air. I don't know which one of us is right. One of us is, unless they just do... Well, if they do nothing with it, I'm right. If they connect it, you're right. If they connect it more, I should say. It is connected, but it's so, like, I don't know, it's just, like, it's not necessary connection for you to even be aware of, to experience the entirety of the Black Ops Zombies story so far. Like, if you want that experience, knowing that little bit about the Vanguard and that little bit about Modern Warfare 3 adds a little bit of flavor and can lead to interesting theories and make you go somewhere with that, but that's all it leads to is theories and conjecture at best. The core of the story that we can factually follow is relegated to the Black Ops games themselves. Everything else is, the timeline is there's too much gap, or it's not a solid enough connection to do anything more than be like, it's neat, but it doesn't really add anything, right? Like, I don't know, it just doesn't add enough, comparatively, compared to, like, what goes on in the maps themselves. But I didn't expect to see OG crew again. And apparently 7 was developed in tandem with 6, so it's gonna be a very interesting time to see, like, especially for zombies, what the fuck happens in 7 is probably gonna be insane. Like, wherever we're going, I don't think either of us are really gonna see it coming until we get closer. Because, like, OG crew being back, but also here's the current crew, is confusing enough. Adding in it that is, as far as I know, it is an unseen variation of the OG crew. We've never seen them all looking like they do here. We've seen them across so many things, and it's like, I don't know, like, it's my crew, but who... This could be a whole new variation of that crew, for all we know. Because we don't know.
I mean, they look different, though. Like, they have different, like,
they look
gear and stuff
very
like that.
different. They look
So,
very different. And they
yeah.
look like they've been through some shit, too. Like, they all look different, but they all look, like, equally fucking magic, esoteric, necromancy'd up. And usually, like, that's, like, how they would look by map 4. So, like, we are in deeply uncharted territory. And the fact that, like... Did you play the Black Ops 6 campaign?
I didn't get to finish it.
Oh my god, okay. Alright. So... Did you get to the part where...
Yeah, I got to Kentucky. I did the zombie stuff.
Yeah, where the game becomes zombies? And
Yes.
you play a zombies level with a grappling hook that's now... And like a high jump that's in Black Ops 7? That one right there in the trailer? With that one? Yeah? Yeah. Hey, what the fuck was Black Ops 6 about? What is going on with your character? None of that was fucking explained. Like, not in a way that's concrete. That was, like, the weirdest twist a Black Ops game has ever done in a campaign, where it was like, it's zombies now. No, really, it's zombies now. You're like a weird superhuman with an AI soul. Who knows? Like, that was the moment where I was like, Treyarch, what the fuck just happened here? You just, like, the campaign just became zombies for, like, an entire massive level, like the longest level in the game. It just becomes zombies. It was crazy. And now we're going into more mind-fucking territory with, like, bro, what if you just have to fight a war inside your mind also at the same time? Because that's what Black Ops 3 was, and also Black Ops 3 had some great zombies maps, and all I'm saying is that there is some news to talk about with Black Ops, where I think we're headed back to kind of a basics in storytelling, and when I say that, I mean Black Ops 2, 3. I think we're headed back to future stuff and we're headed back to a more core focused team. I think we might be looking at that, whatever variation of OG crew that is. I genuinely believe there is a chance that that is about to be our crew going forward. And the other dudes are about to be nixed. It would not be the first time they've suddenly nixed a crew. Chaos Crew got one game, mind you, right? Like, and it is very clear that as this new crew was established, and then like wasn't really enjoyable, but like the maps were okay and it was there, but like it was kind of weird that there was no like dedicated crew, and then they became a dedicated crew, and they've become more and more like an old zombies crew, and now we're looking at a new variation never before seen of the OG crew, and I'm just like, if this all just ends up snowballing into a new variation of the OG crew, I'm here for it. Because that was the best crew still to this day, and I'm here for it. Especially if we bring forward all the lessons learned from round-based zombies along the way, right? Like, shoutouts to Cold War, that, like, upgrade system with the crystals, that was innovative as fuck for that mode. It really added replay value, and it only got better in the next game, and I'm looking forward to seeing it get better again, because it just adds so much more to the zombies mode. So, we are really just in the wait and see, because I assume one of us is right, that it's all going to connect, or no, we're just going to streamline it back to the Black Ops only. We'll find out. We'll find out soon, actually. In November, we'll start finding out, maybe.
Yeah, we'll find out.
How would you rate the maps, now that you've played them all in 6, in terms of the ones that are the most fun for you to play on?
Fun to play on. I'm trying to
Number one
think.
being your best, and then downward. So we
Number
all
one
know
being.
Liberty Falls will be at the bottom. Yeah?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's dead. Yeah.
I'll give. It's because I'm trying to think like what wonder weapon was really fun to use, and I have to give it to Citadel de More with the swords.
The swords are good. They're just the bows from the other one, but like castle maps always land, dude. Elemental weapons and castle maps always land.
And then for second place,
I did not like the wonder weapon in the tomb. I thought it was a little boring.
yeah, the ice staff. I'll put the tomb above Liberty Falls.
Yeah.
So because there's only 6 maps in, so there's 2. So I'm missing with 3. I guess I'll put shit.
You want to think about this a bit? We'll come back to it.
It's more like I'm just trying to see, because the thing is that I was thinking whether putting Terminus or Reckoning second.
Really?
And I think I want to put. The only reason I was going to put Reckoning second is because it has one of the best Easter egg songs.
Really? That's
yes,
a bold statement.
It has a really good Easter egg song.
Yo, okay, so you're saying the best out of like this collective maps, not the best Easter egg song out of like all of Black Ops Zombies, right? Like,
yeah, like I'm just like going through it,
out of this batch.
I really like the Reckoning one. I really like the Reckoning.
Interesting. See, for me, like it's definitely hard because like I haven't played all of them, but like wonder weapons only kind of factor into it for me. Like the only time I even think about the wonder weapon is if it's really good, right? Like otherwise, how I'm rating the map doesn't matter on the wonder weapon, and I also feel like they've yet to make a wonder weapon that I enjoyed as much as the gun in the city in Black Ops Cold War, the Cerberus, the talking gun. I fucking loved that wonder weapon. That thing was
a
so
really
much
good one.
fun. That was my favorite still. That was the one where I'm like, yo, give me this shit in like multiplayer. Like, give me this kind of craziness. Let me go nuts with stuff like this. Like, I like the swords, but that's because I also, back in, I think it's Black Ops 2 castle map where you blow up the moon. Their bows, the elemental bows, I liked those. Like, every time they do something like that, it's always really fun. I always like that type of thing they do. Yeah, I gotta say that Cerberus gun is still my favorite wonder weapon, bar none. It's just so fun to use.
Yeah, that Cerberus one is really good, and I think it's probably like the best Wonder Weapon, honestly. I think for me, it's that one, and then the Blundergat from Mob of the
Mm,
Dead or Blood of the Dead. I really love
mm,
the fucking shotgun. That's
yeah,
honestly me.
yeah.
Um, but
God, those are good
I'm
maps.
I'm trying to think. I guess I'll put Terminus second, and then Revalidating again. I think I'm gonna put Shadow Veil third, and then Reckoning fourth. Only because
Mm,
I really did not like the Wonder Weapon for what's called
Reckoning?
for Reckoning.
Mm.
Even though there's upgrade, you can upgrade it. It's still kind of off per se. Um, but the Shadow Veil has the Ray Mark II, which can be upgraded into three different versions. Think of it like the Cerberus. Um,
Oh, okay.
and but then you can also get the Wound of Wafa as well in the Shattered Veil.
Mm,
Um, but
interesting.
Terminus, I think I liked it just overall, like the map design. Um,
Terminus is a really good map, and it
yeah,
showcases how you can make like a giant fucking map and do it well without it being like too much. I really like Terminus. Terminus is
yeah,
also the aesthetic of random tropical island at night. Yeah, that's always a
mhm,
good map. Every like I feel like every Call of Duty Zombies I've ever played, if it's a castle map in Europe or a random tropical island that's going to hell with some secret fucked up science project, it's a good map. You know what? Like I'm never unhappy to play on the castle map or the tropical island fuck you science factory map. It's always
yeah.
the other ones where I'm like, city maps are hit or miss. But like those two, I feel like I can always trust them to deliver, and they always do. Again, they're always the maps I always play the most too. Like, whew, I used to play so much out of that castle map in Black Ops 2. I played
Oh, I
so much of
forget.
that.
So yeah, I think
God,
that would be my
zombies is so
rankings.
fun.
So we settled in more than Terminus, Shadowvale, Reckoning, the Tomb, and then Liberty Falls.
All right, zombies. This man, he's on top of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, because I think for me it's um for me the maps really part of it's like the wonder weapons because a lot of them do require you to use the wonder weapon to advance. Like it's part of like the main Easter egg, so to speak. So the fact that like you have to do an Easter egg to get them and then use them as part of like your weapon repertoire, like they're gonna take up
Yeah,
a slot no matter what.
yeah, for sure.
Except
So you
the
definitely want
Citadel
to.
of More ones, which just take your melee ones, which is fantastic. You can use two weapons and the sword, so that's
Yep,
great.
that one gets a pass because it's like it
Yeah,
doesn't feel bad no matter which sword you have.
yeah, exactly. And they buffed them too, so some of them got actually stronger. So
Well, plus
that's like
depending on like what your perk setup is and how much you've invested into upgrading the one perk, you can make those melee weapons even better.
exactly. So they definitely it definitely helped that those were like
I think
secondary
I
melees.
would
So.
I would like be more inclined to judge them the way you do if I was more often doing the Easter eggs, and also if it wasn't for the fact that I think that like the way zombies is now since Cold War and apparently onward with this upgrade system of how you like upgrade the perks so that they're just better now. They become multiple perks in one, right? And you upgrade everything like that. So it just ends up giving you so much more power to work with that I don't feel as disappointed in a Wonder Weapon that isn't super fun to use or considered super good anymore because I feel like in the long run I have so much more available to me as a player that like I'm not as annoyed at a Wonder Weapon I don't like as I used to be. Because it's like, yeah, I don't really care for this Wonder Weapon, but I'd still like this map. And I have all these cool things I can fight. I have these super perks. I've upgraded this to like the 7th tier. I can upgrade the ammo mod to the like this tier. And all that gives me enough to work with. Certainly more than we used to have back in the day. Where it was like, back in the day, man, it was like, oh, here's the Wonder Weapon. Is it not good? Get fucked. That's it. That's all there was. There was no,
Mhm.
there was no, there was no field upgrade. There was nothing. Back in the day, if the wonder weapon wasn't hit, it was like, oh, this map's rough.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I feel like we have so much more to work with. And you can, like, there's actual builds. You can be, like, a support build or a tank build. You can, like, make a build in a class, and I love that. So, like, I definitely, like, it is annoying when the Wonder Weapon is kind of a letdown, but it definitely, the blow is softened for me, personally. But it is a big factor, because you're always doing the Easter eggs many times, and I'm usually only doing them once, usually with you. Maybe another time with you, but like inherently zombies to me is I'm just playing zombies, man. I'm not actually like shooting to beat the Easter egg or to hit a certain. I just like playing zombies, right? Like I just want to play zombies. So like for
Mhm.
me, the experience is certainly easier to get to like enjoying the maps more. Although like I almost never want to play on Liberty Falls. I don't like the map. It's boring. I think of the three I've played, Terminus and Citadel de Mort are my tied two favorites, and then the Tomb, and then Liberty Falls. I haven't played Shattered Veil, and I haven't played Reckoning, so I don't like know what they look like at all playing them.
Yeah. With Shatterville, it's like a big mansion, and then like there's like the outer area of the mansion. Like there's
Big
quite a bit
mansions
of
can be
space.
fun.
Yeah,
The
it's
big
quite a bit of
mansion
space.
map in Chaos with the werewolves and vampires, that map was lit as fuck. It was hard as hell, but that map was great.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't get to play much of that map. I wish I could have gone back to play more of it, but at least in
Dude, I
this one,
liked that
Shatterville.
crew. I liked that crew. I really was down for Chaos Crew and OG Crew at the same time, and then it just went away. But hey,
Yep.
it's fine. We're headed back to new OG Crew, totally new crew. Welcome to the Delta versions, or whatever the fuck they're gonna call. I swear to God, if it's new versions of them. Dude, if it's new versions, if it's not Primus or Ultimus, isn't there already a third variant? Is this the fourth variant if they're new variants? Are we
I
at
have no
four?
idea.
Bro, I think this might be four. It's some of those Primus ones, there's like two Richtophens for Primus at certain times in the timeline. Because there's future Primus, and then there's current Primus, and future Primus is like, you gotta read the book again. And he's like, I already read it. And he's like, read it again, loser.
Again,
And it's just like,
no,
bro,
this can't
bro, he's
be.
changing his own timeline by changing his own timeline, by acknowledging the timeline of the Ultimate version of him, which is inherently changing the timeline of that Primus version of him, but not this Primus. Brad's so stupid. I love it. That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to get back to. I wanted to get back to like YouTube channels of dudes just like sweating and reading the Black Ops story synopsis. I need it to get confusing again, you know? I need them to stop pussyfooting around. We gave people their boring boots on ground. We gave them a more grounded, realistic story. Fuck that shit. It's stupid and dumb, and no one likes it anyway. Back to sci-fi. Back to weird mind hallucinations. Back to the OG crew. Fuck it. Make a new variant. You know what? Just bring the Chaos crew back in. Just rope them back in. I don't want it to make sense. I want it to be fun. Have it make sense after. Fun first. Fun first. Then make sense. And if you have to sacrifice making sense a bit to be fun, that is the correct choice. It's the energy of like, I want this to match the moment in Star Wars where it's like the sound goes out and she hyperdrives the ship into the other ships and it's super cool looking and awesome, and then a bunch of dumbass cis neckbeards will like, well, did you make any sense? Why don't they do that every time? And it's like, shut up. Who cares? It was cool and fun. Right? Like, I don't need to think about how the Death Star works, man. Because if I do, it doesn't make any sense. For once, shut up. It's cool. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we should just let things be cool and not grounded to reality. And I'm so thrilled to see the OG crew back, and I hope it immediately goes off the rails. I want it to be the most magic, Grenorium, archival, fucking Sentinel, the Before Gods, whatever bullshit it can be. I want this Richtofen to sound like he's on LSD at all times. Like, I need it to be weird again, man. I don't want this grounded reality zombies. I think that's so boring, and like it needs to be magic again. It needs to be fun again.
I guess we'll
I'm
see with
excited.
Black Ops
I'm
7.
excited. I am excited for Black Ops 7, and we'll get into why. Did you have anything else for your wrap ups for the month here? Because we're
Yeah,
2 hours
and
in.
yeah, there's only one more thing. And funny
What you
enough,
got?
Call of
Hit
Duty
me.
was gonna be the small thing, but Battlefield
Mm.
6 open beta. I
You
managed to
have been
play
playing a
those
lot
two
of
weekends.
that. I've seen you on
Yeah,
that a couple times.
yeah, I did get to play both weekends, so I got in a lot of time into the Battlefield 6 beta.
Are you a Battlefield enjoyer?
Uh, I funny enough play more Call of Duty, but like if Battlefield sometimes is a thing, it's like I'll play Battlefield. That one can be
Okay.
fun.
Okay.
Um,
I am typically not. It is very much the like the antithesis of what I'm looking for with that kind of thing. Like the what Battlefield is serving is not a meal I desire to have. I
mhm.
appreciate it for what it is, but it is like if we're at this restaurant and the plate, like I can order the Battlefield or I can order the Call of Duty. I'm ordering the Call of Duty.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Look,
yeah.
yeah, like I like to the point where there is modes in Call of Duty these days that are more battlefieldy in scope and size. You will never see me playing them. I want my 6v6. I am a simple girl, man. I want my don't nope, just 6v6. You don't want the what about the teams? What about if we just go to 12? 12v12? No. But we made the map bigger. No. I want my 6v6 on my medium maps. I don't want large maps. I don't want small maps. I want a handful of small maps, one or two. One of them is going to be Nuketown. There you go. One's covered. Do the other one. And then I want medium maps, not large maps, medium maps. And I want 6v6. And I want a lot of objective-based game modes. And that's what I want. So, like, I look at Battlefield, and even then when I'm, like, looking at them and they look like good games and stuff, it is definitely a thing that I'm like, there's no world where I'm going to pick this over anything else, shooter-wise, right? Like, definitely it is not my thing, for sure. But I did note that you were playing a lot of it, so give me the details on Battlefield 6.
Yeah, so they definitely turned back on the 2042 stuff that they were doing because back in that one, they did it so operators were more like open ended per se. Like
Mm-hmm.
you would pick an operator for like their special ability, I guess. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but for the most part, they could be whatever. They could be recon, they could be assault, they could be support, they
Got
could
you.
be
Yeah.
engineers. Like there wasn't like there was no class system. So they reverted back that in Battlefield 6. They now have like four classes back again. Um and so what they've done though is that they've basically added two modes, which is your well more like there is the different types of objective modes that you can do, but then there is like the standard version and then the closed one. And so what the closed one is supposed to be is that like weapons are like um are technically gated by your class. Like assault rifles and
Mm-hmm.
carbines are for your assault. Your engineer only has SMGs, your support does LMGs, and then your recon is your DMRs and snipers. But if you play like in the normal standard modes, you can technically pick whatever gun you want. Even it doesn't really matter what class you're. But in closed, you're only allowed your class specific weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's something I think they try to like compensate so that way, like if you really like a type of weapon, but uh like let's say you like engineer, but you don't really like SMGs, you don't in the standard modes you don't have to stick to an SMG.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they opened that up a little bit for them. Um, so I will say like each class also has like their special ability that you get as you play more of the class and get XP in that match. Um, so like for instance, like assault at I think level 6 has a better syringe that like allows them to be more stable with their gun and like actually move a little bit faster and whatnot. Um, but for like recon, like they get a UAV like on their person or like wherever they activated at the start. Um, Engineer is the only one that's kind of subpar because if you play a mode that doesn't have vehicles, it's basically useless. Where it's like you get a better a torch for repair for 30
Mm-hmm.
seconds, and if there's no vehicles, then there's no point to it. It's just kind of there. So hopefully they do something with the engineer um, for and those term in that regard. That'd be better if like they have like a different skill that they could use. Um, but yeah, like overall, like I did enjoy the game. I did have a blast. I was like, this is still a fun uh like shooter game, like multiplayer shooter. Uh Snipers are still a problem in that game. It is good god, the amount of snipers in that game. I kind of wish there was just better ways to deal with them in some cases. But still overall, like it was fun. I just hope that with the beta, they've like some people have learned like certain glitches to the maps and stuff, allowing them to get into places they're not supposed to, and kind of ruins the vibe of the map because like you're now having to worry about like, oh, did someone like learn about the glitch and it's now in like on that rooftop that they're not supposed to be in there, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, like that was more of the annoyances that I had with that game, but overall, like it was still fun. It was still a fun multiplayer shooter.
Got you.
Kind of, that's really much it. Some of the map designs were interesting. Some of them felt a bit weird, just because of how um like there's definitely like medium sized maps, and then there's like the really large maps, and some of the medium sized ones feel weird when you're playing like on Conquest per se because like 2 points that are supposed to be like on the opposite side of the map are actually like next to each other. And so like they're just it's a constant like attack defend that specific point just to like keep getting it back or losing it, and it's just like it's weird in that regard. But I'll see if they balance that out or just leave it like that. But again, overall, I had my fun with it.
Got you. Okay. All right. Fair enough. That sounds like Battlefield to me.
Yeah,
I'll be
pretty much
honest.
Battlefield.
A lot of them blur together for me, especially those, because I have definitely not even dipped a toe in them like consistently across the years. So like when I have played them, it's been several years since whatever the last one I played was. So they definitely all still seem very much like in the same way that Call of Duty's a Call of Duty's, but like it's a little different for me as someone that enjoys what Call of Duty is a lot more than what Battlefield is, and that I also am very much a staunch, I am a Black Ops Call of Duty player. And that is it. I do not care about anything that doesn't say Black Ops, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Battlefield doesn't seem to have that. It's just Battlefield, right? There's not
Hmm.
like a sub-genre. So my experience with it, of course, is super fucking muted. Um, all right then. I guess I shall take it from here. I was just
Yes.
I got lost reading
I
Black
talked
Ops
so
7
much to
stuff.
this podcast. I
Yeah,
think
that's
it's
well. I mean,
seriously.
it's been 2 months basically. It makes sense. We got time. We're only 2 hours in. So I've been playing some stuff. I've been playing stuff. All right. Um, as always, I'll touch the smaller things first and see where it goes. Dead by Daylight continues to be a game that holds my attention and then loses it a little here and there depending on like my mood. We did get the first new like type of item for survivors in a while, little like
Mhm.
fog bombs that you can drop that create like a smoke cloud, and you can get different add-ons that like make them quite good. um they're rechargeable. They recharge inherently, like they just recharge over time, so you can get more than one use out of them. And much like flashlights and other things, they can be a detriment to your team or yourself just as much as they can to the killer. um I think they're a lot safer for you to use than the flashlights, because the flashlights force you to like engage directly, whereas these are a much more like, yeah, I can just run at you and drop the smoke bomb and run off, but I can also use it when I'm like running away and all that. And yes, you can run away, turn, and like flashlight while you're like stepping backwards, but the inherent nature of the flashlight has to like be aimed and blind them accurately makes it much more risk. And of course, if they're running the Lightborn perk as a killer, your flashlight is completely negated no matter how good it is and how good your flashlight perks are. It doesn't matter. They're immune to it. You just get fucked. So this is like a new item which livens up the gameplay a bit. I'll be interested to see like if we see any perks that like affect that, because there are plenty of perks that like affect what you can do or how good your flashlight is or whatever. You know, there's always things like that down the line. They've been doing this thing that has ended now called the Grimoire, where the community was like voting on like the next killer survivor combo by like doing like a Goosebumps style choose your own narrative thing, which was kind of cute.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and so there was like, you know, short little sentences clumped together of like, do you choose this or that for the survivor? Cast your vote, and there was 4 each time, and it told you even that like this is choosing that your survivor comes from like an esoteric background, or this is choosing that the killer is like a demonic thing or an angelic thing or an eldritch thing, right? Or blah 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 blah, right? And so you got to see like the percentages of what the community was voting for. And for the first 3 times the Grimoire happened, each time, obviously, when they came back, the majority community vote it was the one they went with, but they offered up the second one as an alternate choice to let the community like change your fate. So there were, even though that one lost, it would be there again as a new sentence structure for you to choose, and it actually did get changed once, I think, on the survivor end. So we don't know what any of that's going to look like or how it's going to play, like when those come into the game. But it was a cool way to interact with the community, which is nice. Pairs in poor taste with a live stream they did recently that was like
Oh, I heard
really
about
poorly
that.
handled, and they tried to
Yeah.
just brush it under the rug. So like usually I feel like DBD as like a team of developers and doing their game thing has a better pulse on how to like engage with their community on a better level than that. I feel like usually they handle those moments way better, and that was a definite fumble. But other than that mass fumble, for the most part, they're like overall the game is still the game that it is. It's quite good still. If it's what you like it. You know. I'd love a
Yeah.
killer that I care to play. The last like 5 have held no interest in me at all. I'm
Right.
starving. I'm starving for killers. I'd love a killer to play. Where is Predator? Why is he still not here? What are you even doing? How hard can it be to get this license? It can't be that hard. Fortnite has it. If they'll put him in Fortnite, they'll put him in this. Come on, what are we doing? DBD. It's always fun. We did do the last Masquerade a bit ago, for the 9th anniversary. It was they announced that it's the retirement of that aesthetic, which they've been doing, for all the anniversaries. So for the 10th anniversary next year, it's a whole new aesthetic. We have no idea what it's going to be. It's going to be really interesting. And I feel like they're probably cooking up some crazy thing for the Big 10. And it's crazy to think that DBD has been going on for 10 years next year. That's a weird thing to go on that long. Like, it's definitely here to stay, for better or worse, right? But, like, I'm sure you remember the era where it was like, man, everyone is trying to get the, like, asymmetric PvP game to come out. There was that, like, monster hunting one. Do you remember that? Where, like, one of you played as a monster and the other 4 were hunters, and, like, the monster had to feed on other smaller monsters to, like, evolve? Wasn't it just called Evolve?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. I liked that. And then it didn't, like, you know, didn't get to live. There was a lot of those, like, 4v1 games that did not get to live long, and DVD's, like, the only one that lived from that era, and it's now going on 10 years next year. Imagine an era where, like, we had more than one successful 4v1, like, asymmetrical game. Because we really don't. Like, you really don't have a lot. I'm sure there's gotta be more than just DVD. But, like, in terms of, like, you know, like, everyone fucking knows what Dead by Daylight is. Right? It's very popular. Like, it's in the zeitgeist. Whereas, like, I can't even think of anything else. But, you know,
Funny
I'm
enough,
always...
I they are making a. You know how Friday the 13th
Yeah,
was one of
yeah, I
those?
saw they're making a Michael Myers game that's just
Yeah,
gonna
the
be
Halloween.
like pretty much exactly what the Friday the 13th game was, except Michael Myers. And like, I don't know, that's kind of just, for me, I feel like that just kind of lines up with my point where I'm like, yeah, nobody really played that beyond a certain amount of time. It didn't even come close to like gaining a foothold in the sense that like people thought it did. And I feel like the Myers one will go about the same way. It'll be pretty popular for a bit, be highlighted on the Twitch things, but then it'll fade out because at the end of the day, when you're limited to a singular IP for something like that, it's very limited. And it's also like DBD has Michael Myers. He's right there.
Yeah.
We have Michael Myers at home, quite literally. He's really good. He's real strong. Yeah, so like, you know, I probably won't play that because I have DBD. I'm not gonna buy like the Michael Myers game, certainly. Like, but like, I was like, oh, we're doing that now, huh? Okay, so what do you do after that? You've done Friday the, you've done that. Okay, what do we do? What do we do then? Nightmare on Elm Street is next. Nightmare on Elm Street, the game from the same studio. They'll just go through all the IPs. I can't wait for just the Chucky game. Yeah, I don't quite like. I guess it's just like I think that's kind of funny that that's what they're doing. I'm like, all right, I guess we've officially given up on the other one, huh? So we're just gonna do this one now. And then there was like wasn't there an Evil Dead one? Is that thing even still active? There was like an Evil Dead thing for a bit. That was like an asymmetrical want to use
Yes.
the demons, but like
Ash versus the Evil
again,
Dead. Yes.
it had like the same kind of livelihood that the Friday the 13th one did, where it was like there for a bit, but it never came close to like getting a solid foothold as like another asymmetrical game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's DBD, as usual. I've been jamming on Destiny 2. I'm having a great time.
Oh, okay.
Dude, the Kepler expansion is absolutely the best storytelling they've done. Like, in terms of, like, hey, did Destiny suffer from, like, the moment where the big light dark saga ended, and then it was just kind of like, and now the other stuff. And, like, everybody was like, yeah, this is kind of, like, not good now and not interesting. This expansion immediately makes me so invested in the story. Like, what it is setting up, the premise alone of what happens and the truth that is revealed to you at the end of this expansion is absolutely the most insane batshit thing they have ever, like, set up as, like, this is the start of this saga, right? Like, if you look at, like, the start of the Light and Dark saga, even though that's kind of a poor example because, like, you know, they're benefiting from the years of doing this now. Like,
Mhm.
what this expansion is about and what it is asking you, I'm just like, bro, what if I can't even fathom the consequences of what happened at the end of this expansion. As a human being, I am incapable of conceiving of that. No matter how much Destiny I've played, like, and crazy shit has happened in this universe, but, like, what happens in this expansion is so esoterically bizarre, and it just goes, how about that, huh? Deal with it. And it's just like, what does that mean, though? Like, what's gonna happen? And everybody's like, I don't know, man, stuff. But it's, like, not bad, and I'm trying not to spoil it, but it's just, like, the whole campaign is the setup for the Fate Saga of, like, what is the opening riposte, right? Like, what is the stab that happens to start this new war, if you want to call it that for the sake of a term of conflict? Because there's a clear fucking conflict going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've stepped back into any Destiny at all.
No.
Okay, so do you
I
want
think
me
ever
to spoil
since
it then?
you go for it. Go for it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, what do you know about the 9?
Nothing. I don't
Okay.
remember
So,
anything.
the 9 are, as best we can understand it, dark matter entities that might have once been human or something else, unclear, unknown, can't be processed. That don't worry about it. But they are
Okay, okay.
tethered to the existent. Think of them as the celestial bodies of our galaxy.
Gotcha.
right? So they are the planets, but they exist only in like a fourth dimensional way, right? So like 3 is Earth, but it's not like Earth in that we're walking on them all the time. But it is Earth. It is
Hmm.
the embodiment of that as a living, air quotations, sentient thing. However, the 9 do not, because they don't live in the third dimension, they exist in a fourth dimension as like the sentience of the energy of a celestial body that exists in the third dimension, right? So like 3 is the sentience of Earth, but only exists in the fourth dimension. The 9 do not see time the way we do. They see all of it at once, past, present, future. And everything that has happened in all of Destiny, and I mean everything, everything. Like from day 1 vanilla beta Destiny 1 to the end of the witness, right? All of it
Hmm.
has been preordained, determined, calculated, and set in motion by the 9 to bring you here. All of it. Down to like little details of in 1974 we made this light red in Chicago. So Ikora would die. So she could be resurrected several thousand years in the future by the Traveler that doesn't even exist yet. So that she could be here to get through all that, to be here on Kepler with you, so that she could hear a message. You know, that little, like, butterfly effect thing? We're doing that except on, like, a level that is obsessive to the point of almost a violation of every living thing on any planet. Because it's questioning, it is asking the question is, do you decide your fate? Do you? Is free will real? And it is. It is. It absolutely is. They like cover that in the campaign of like, oh yeah, no. We just made it so that you would never say no. You would always be here. We ran all the calculations. We can see all of time. And we can pull things forward in time, but we can't send them back. And we can only interact in weird, obscure ways because we, as the sentience of celestial bodies, exist in a fourth dimension that has limits in how we can engage with the third dimension where these celestial bodies and all the living things on them actually exist. And so all of the Kepler campaign is doing this thing where it's like, no. All this, they've already done it. This was all put in motion. This is why you're here, to become what you're meant to be. And it comes down to a culmination of a council of the 9 voting on whether it will accept you, the Guardian, as the weapon, and Lodi as the new missionary of the 9. Lodi gets accepted overall. The weapon gets rejected overall. The 9 have been split. It has been 5 and 4 for a long time, right? The 5 inner, the 4 outer, in terms of, like, planets, in terms of voting. And they're voting on something very specific. They're voting on the concept of death. Because a long time ago, before any of this, there was another planet, a 10th planet, called Thea. And that planet had a weird orbit that made it crash into Earth and collided, and that's how Earth gets its moon. That's actually a real scientific theory, by the way. And so because the 9 perceive time all in a singular moment, regardless of chronological order, the 9 are still like, they are dealing with the death of this planet that used to be there, and they didn't realize they could die before, but they are still like living that moment where the planet dies every second of every day while they're planning and calculating how they get us here to make this council vote to make a decision, right? So they're just feeling that pain still, and the concern is that the 9's existence is tied to us. It is tied to living beings on the planets that cause other things to happen at a level the 9 can't do, And that is what actually gives the nine the mass to exist in a fourth dimension. So they're not omnipotent. They are very powerful, but in many ways they are very grand picture and miss the finer details and can only work in certain ways. And so they're voting on trying to decide something of whether they continue to help us and foster a good relationship with the sentient beings that they look at as lesser, because we are in the terms of like grandiose scale of power, right? We're fucking monkeys compared to them. And then there is the outer nine who are voting that no, we need to unmoor ourselves from being tethered to lesser beings so that we can be free, because we don't want to die. Because if, like, all of sentient life goes extinct, the nine would also go extinct, right? So they need us, but they kind of resent it. Some of them do. And so they're voting, and the vote has always been 5-4. The 5 inners vote, no, we should, like, work with the sentient species, the smaller ones, and help them, because fostering a good relationship with them and empowering them will only make us live longer, and it's good for us, right? Like, there's, like, a term for that in nature. It's, symbiotic. And the outer nine are like, no, we should just, like, get a bunch of dark matter, make a fucking giant singularity, and punch a hole into another dimension, and get the fuck out of here, because these sentient creatures can't stop warring with each other, and they will just put each other extinct. And if they go extinct, we go extinct. And we are still feeling the death of Thea, the other planet, every day, because of how they perceive time. So they just feel that pain every day. They're still living in that moment, while trying to decide how to avoid that moment coming to them. And that is the setup. That is what has been going on for all of Destiny. And it all culminates in a council that votes, except strangely, 3 is silent. Earth does not cast a vote. Earth has been silent for all of the Kepler campaign. By the way, the 9 talk to you in this campaign. They fucking, like, talk to you by taking over the screen in ungodly sounds and crazy symbols and colors. They do not communicate well with you. They don't know how. That's why they have emissaries. They're like, no, just here, information. Here is the thought. And you're just like, I am a slightly evolved version of an ape with magical paracausal powers, and I still cannot process what the fuck you just said to me. Right? So we're getting that direct, here is what the 9 are, and the final sting of this campaign, that is the setup for all of the Fate saga, is this. A character known as the Conductor, who was introduced in the Echo seasons after the Final Shape expansion, which was kind of a lackluster season. But this character has the Echo of Command, which came out of, like, destroying the Witness, right? These 3 echoes. One was of the Echo of the Navigator, which was dealing with, like, Oryx's, like, soul before the war. And he was, like, super cool into Eris, because he's like, oh yeah, you killed me. That's baller. That's the thing. That's what we do. You're just the Hive now. Right? Like, so we're dealing with all that, but what this campaign has done in Kepler has tied it has grabbed everything it needed to grab from the 3 seasons post-Final Shape, and legitimized the moments of those moments that were, like, weak storytelling, because the Conductor, we learn that 3 is silent, because 3 is fucking dead, because they were fucking murdered. And everything that happens was 3 setting it up so that your Guardian could be there, Lodi the new missionary could be there, and Vanguard Commander Ikora could be there, so that 3 would not die alone. And 3 gives you a single instruction, in that this ceaseless squabble because now the vote is split, right? It's 4-4 now, which is bad, because there's no tiebreaker, which means nobody really knows what the outers are doing. And if they punch a singularity into another dimension, it probably just kills everything. They don't even know if that's going to succeed for them. They're just so desperate to avoid the death that they are still feeling of Thea every day, although they might have orchestrated 3. There's a whole Biff video about that. But, like, the sentient 4th dimensional energy of the planet Earth is dead. And the immediate question everyone asks is, what does that mean for Earth? And everyone goes, I don't fucking know. But it's gonna mean something. Because, like, even though you're not walking on 3 when you're on Earth, it is still the collective sentient energy of the planet Earth has been brutally murdered. And then the game just goes, well, how about that, motherfucker? Go. And you're just like, what you mean go? And they're like, yeah, what if everything you ever did was orchestrated by the Nine? What if fate's not real? But it is, but free will is. Just like 3 chose to die instead of saving itself, but chose to, in its last breath, orchestrate events that brought you all here to hear its dying message, replayed on a time loop of its own death, that it's still feeling while it's also still dead. Like, Destiny went full existential with it, right? Like, just full existential, fuck you. Just stop telling us we don't know how to tell a good story, because here it is. And I, like, dude, the way it played out, too, and you get to it, and when you see what it looks like, too, and you don't even realize you're looking at 3's corpse. You're looking at the de factoid corpse of the sentience of the planet Earth. And I'm not even sure, like, how to process that. And I'm just like, bro, this seems like the most devastating thing that's ever happened. It is, like, just, like, the staggering of the scale we're working with now is, like, fascinating to think about on just a scientific level and a philosophic level. And it's really asking interesting questions and pulling the threads from previously, like, unfinished stories forward and making those weaker post Final Shape seasons stronger in retrospective. And I will say, Kepler as a destination, top notch. Top notch. It's real fun running around Kepler. I really liked unlocking all the little abilities to, like, Metroidvania my way through the region. I thought that was really fun. I'm really looking forward to every new, like, region with an expansion having, like, a unique set of things that exist only in that region to spice it up. And I'm really looking forward to what the fuck is about to go on. We are actually about to get our first free major content update, by the way, called Ash and Iron, is coming out on the 9th of September. Just a little bleed into the news here, because with the launch of Ash and Iron, there will be a new area on the tower for archived seasons, where the season passes of, like, every season will be there. And if you bought that season pass but didn't get all the rewards, well, that pass is there and you can get them now.
Oh, that's
There'll
cool.
be a new currency that you earn just by playing through the current pass and just by playing the game that you'll spend there for the things you want. If you didn't own that pass, you can buy it at a reduced price, 600 silver instead of 1,000. And if you have all those, or you don't want those, but you're still earning that currency by playing the game, you can use that currency for evergreen materials, like various upgrade materials that you can use more of, but also the deep sight resonance thing, so you can just trade in for those to get more craftable weapons. They've made it so that, like, the Ada 1 Black Armory weaving grind to get the thing to unlock cosmetics of ornaments. It used to be, it would be like, oh god, you could get like 2 a month. Dude, I feel like I get like 10 every week. It's so easy. It's so easy now. I'm unlocking cosmetic options so much I don't know what to do with them half the time. Like, Destiny's in a pretty good place right now. I genuinely think that I like the new armor rework. Dude, armor's being, like, sets with bonuses and, like, the stats reworking so that, like, getting over 100 of a stat adds a whole new effect to that stat for both PvE and PvP. I feel like builds matter more in a sense that, like, it's not just about having, like, this is my crazy super PvP gun. It's like, no, I've got a build to, like, let me deal with that. And you can, like, focus your build more. I feel like we're heading further into almost like an RPG, the way we are getting more and more build variety as time goes on, which is really fucking nice. Craftable weapons have gotten even better. When Ash and Iron comes out, I believe we're just going back to the Plague Lands, and that's a free content update. Like, that's just straight up free. I will say, I think, like, Destiny is at another strong point in both storytelling and gameplay on a day-to-day basis. Like, I'm pretty fucking happy with this expansion. I'm happier with this expansion than I was with Final Shape. And this expansion was cheaper, too. And so, yeah, I think Destiny 2 is in a really good place right now, all things considered. I think it's definitely on an upward trend. There is some news to talk about with Bungie when we get more into the news, and I have a lot to say about that, and I'm sure maybe you do as well. There's definitely been some interesting things going on there. But I will say, Destiny 2 right now, I'm having maybe the most fun I've had in a while. I think I'm having more fun than I had for the last 2 expansions of the Light and Dark Saga right now with the first expansion of the Fate Saga. I don't really understand what the stakes are based on what I, talked about, but I understand the gravity of these moments, right? In the sense that I'm like, I understand that I am too small of a small creature in a universe to truly grasp what this moment means right now. But I understand that it is catastrophic. That change is coming, and it is unavoidable. What has happened is insane. Like, a sentient person trying to rip the Golden Age forward and shove the current age backwards in time killed the sentience of a planet that humanity is from. That just beat the Witness, and the Traveler is currently, still in orbit around. There is so much there. That the consequences of this are uncalculable. There's so much they could do with this setup that I feel like it is a very strong start after a very weak end to the Light and Dark Saga. Kind of ended a little weak, but this feels like a strong start, and the storytelling you get on the way there is really good as well. I really enjoyed the Kepler story. I enjoyed the zone. The current, activity for the planet is a little annoying. It's not my favorite. I think we've had better. It's not the worst. It's just a little annoying. The current, main screen portal system can be a little tricky to navigate, and some of these systems are not ideal. It's been, known that the easiest way to power farm is to just do the solo missions, because you can blitz through them in, 5 minutes, and you can just do a bunch of those real quick. But there are already, addresses are coming for that to, dial those back, dial these up, as Destiny always is. There are constant ups and downs, as is the nature of any live service game, right? We've done this enough to know that a live service game is not determined by, oh, this is a down phase. The success of a live service game is determined whether you can do another up phase. Because you're inevitably going to have down phases, right? It's a live service game. There's no way in hell this game can be well received by everyone all the time. That's just not possible. It changes too much for that, right? So I would call Final Shape overall a weaker area. From the beginning of that expansion to all the post seasons, I think it was the weakest expansion overall they've ever had. I would say this is a pretty fucking strong expansion. By the time I was done with the story, I had no regrets about giving this expansion a shot and buying it. None at all. And I'm firmly locked in for the ride now. I was like, alright, you need to have a good hook here. You're selling this as an expansion, you're saying it's the start of a new saga, and that it's gonna take the pieces that were building up in that kind of very tame storytelling that was going on post-Final Shape seasons, those episodes, as it were, and you're saying that, okay, we're ramping up now. Here is the moment, and we're getting these new structures where a lot more content is free to play now, and those big major updates are solid updates. They're a new region to go to. It's Return to the Plaguelands, but I don't care. The Plaguelands are cool. I love the Plaguelands. I love the Iron Lords. Siva? Is Siva coming back? I'd love to do more crazy Siva stuff. Is Rasputin coming back? I don't know. I don't care. Sounds great. You know what I mean? I'm happy to see them be a little more consumer-friendly overall since this expansion hit, which is kind of at odds with what's going on with Bungie most other days. So, we will see. I'm very much enjoying it again. I am very happy that I gave this expansion a shot, and I have not been disappointed and did not feel like I wasted my time or my money. And of the two of those, my time is more important to me. $40 is $40, right? Like, whatever. I take that risk every time I buy any game, right? Like, that's the risk. I might not like it as much as I think I will. I might hate it. It's happened before. It'll happen again. I did not feel like I wasted any time or money on this. I feel like I have had a blast. I've got both characters up and running. I'm having a great time in this game. In PvE, in PvP, I'm just having a fun time playing Destiny again, and that feels really good. So shout outs to the devs on this one. That was a banger. That was a banger opening. Like, you know, like when Norman Reedus in the trailer for like Death Stranding is like, first there was a bang. And it's the like really dramatic and shit and kind of crazy and you don't really know what the fuck he's talking about. It felt like that. But the entire campaign. Where it was just like, hey, yo, fuck you. Fuck you. You said that there's no consequences and mysteries after the witness was dealt with. Nah, fuck you. There's only mysteries, motherfucker. There's only consequences. You don't know jack shit about shit. You're nothing. You're no one. Or you're someone. It's crazy out there right now in Destiny. It's so fun. I'm having emote parties all the time with people. It's great. That's how I feel like the Destiny community overall is in a good place. Is like the emote parties are high right now. Like you start emoting, people start emoting. There was an era where people would not emote back almost ever, and now I start emoting, people stop what they're doing, we're emoting, we're just dancing there in a lobby doing nothing. Like the vibes are good right now.
The vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, people they're not immaculate, but they're good right now. And they haven't been good for a while in Destiny. They haven't been good for like 6 months at least, and they're pretty good right now. We're having a good time. Things seem dire in the universe as they usually do, but you know we're making our way through it.
When are you not like having to witness or deal with some sort of universe-ending event?
Just,
like
like this is just like the idea of like Earth as a life force basically has been brutally murdered, but the planet is still there. But like the spirit of Earth, the voice of Earth, has been outrageously brutally murdered. And it's just like, first of all, someone just murdered a planet. Let that sink in. Second of all, a planet was murdered. Let that sink in. Third of all, it was your planet, motherfucker.
You're just literally on the corpse of someone, living on the corpse of someone, and you're just like, all right, well, what do we...
Dude, there is a lot of people playing on the EDZ zone in Earth right now. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot more people. Everybody's looking. Everybody's looking for something. Bungie, did you tuck away like a thing somewhere where it's like, oh, what's this? What's going on over there? Is there some crazy, like, dead growing husk of a thing? No, don't worry about it. I haven't seen anything. No one's seen anything, but it's like... It's made very clear immediately that it's like, hey, this is gonna have, like, major consequences for the planet, for the solar system, for every sentient race that exists in the solar system. It's gonna be... like, we are in uncharted waters more than we have ever been, but with a sense of, like, excitement and adventure that we lost after... like, around the start of New Shape, you know? Like, it really feels like I'm going on some crazy cosmic adventure again for the first time in a while, and I'm having a blast doing it, honestly. And game feel good to play. Guns shoot good. Power feel good. Do thing. It's good.
Nice.
Other than that, I did get to the end of Act 1 of Clair Obscur.
Okay.
At which point the game said, hey, do you like these characters? And I'm like, yeah. And it's like, do you like these two right here? These two? Gustav and Mael? And I'm like, yeah. I loved... Gustav's dead. And I'm just like, you just killed the main character. You just brutally murdered him in front of his child companion.
Oh, damn.
Dude, Dude, this game took a dark, like it took such a sharp left turn at the end of Act 1 that's, and like, you could just tell that this is the cutscene signifying the end of Act 1. And I'm just like, bro, they fucking airthed me. They fucking airthed me. I'm like, yo, Gustav's lit. I love Gustav. Fucking dead. Fucking super hard murdered. Like, goes out like a champ. But, like, goes out like a champ for fucking nothing. Like, just no way, dude. You were just getting murdered. Like, it's just over. You're just dead. Like, the game continues to baffle also. I cannot tell you what, like, the core plot of this game is yet. I don't have enough information still. I've put, like, 60 hours into this game, dude. I have just swam around in the caves and discovered rocks that threatened to talk to me and used the strongest ice move ever. Shout out to Francis. What a fight. You fight a rock named Francis as part of, like, the actual main quest. And Francis uses a move called the strongest ice attack ever.
I think you mentioned this before. I'm
It's
pretty
really
sure you
good.
mentioned
It's,
it.
yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, shout out to Eskia. Everyone loves Eskia. Like,
Oh
everyone
yeah,
loves
okay.
Eskia. And when I say that, I don't just mean everyone who's ever played this game. I mean, no, everyone in the game also really likes Eskia. Except Francis. Francis the Rock doesn't like Eskia, but seeing as he's a rock, he can't really do anything about it but sit there and be a rock. But, like, everyone, every character loves Eskia. Every person that has played this game loves Eskia. This dude is Frenching it up to the max. Every conversation with Eskia is like, oh, mon ami. And I'm just like, yo, I fucking love this stupid fucking blimp guy. Like, I don't even know I love this fucking absolute dingus. I love him. Best character, Eskia. Yeah, the plot of this game is still shifting together in place. The stakes seem more dire and dire as things go on. The gameplay is so good. The music is so fucking good, dude. I sat in one boss fight for like 30 minutes just not taking my turn, just vibing to the music, dude. Just like sitting here literally like vibing like that kid dancing emote in the club. Like, I'm just vibing, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
For 30 minutes, I didn't press a button. And I'm just vibing. The fight has not really started because I've refused to press a button because it instantly went into the soundtrack and I am just vibing. And this is just the Act 1 boss. And I'm just vibing out. And I'm just like, yo, this is a banger-ass boss fight soundtrack. It is crazy that the guy that did the soundtrack for this game had never done it. It's his first gig. He crushed it. The assignment was understood. This game is really good. Continuing to chip away at, Act 2, I'm on my way to get Monaco, which I believe is the last member of the party I collect, even though I'm now down a Gustav. But it's okay, because they gave me Ben Starr as a replacement. Which is really nice. I don't understand if I'm supposed to trust Ben Starr in this one or not, but we'll find out later, I guess.
I'm gonna go with no. 75-25. No.
Oh, I don't know. It depends on what I want at the end, I think. It depends on what I want. I'm just saying, there's some threads that could be tied. Not everybody's motives are clear. Mael continues to be my favorite character in the game. Sweet baby girl Mael, who can do no wrong and has been turned into a child of war. And she's full vengeance quest mode. Kill them all. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. The game's really good. It's really fun to play. I would like to be done Act 2 by the next time we talk. We'll find out if I can do that or not. I've heard it ramps up, but it also depends on how much side stuff and exploring I do. But,
That's fair.
it continues to give me everything Final Fantasy games have not given me for a very long time. I miss my turn-based RPG era. I don't want live action games like this. I want this. I want this. I want this right here. This is what I want from, like, a JRPG. I want it to be exactly what this is. I want the combat to be turn-based with a little bit of active dodging or stuff like that. and then I want to run around beautiful, crazy ass worlds and talk to people and try to figure out what the fuck's going on here. It's really good. I've been playing a lot of Hades 1 as a finished project for like the first time, starting over on like a whole new save, so I'm getting like the first look at it that way, because Hades 2's next update will be the 1.0 official launch. So I'm just playing a lot of Hades 1 leading up to that, basically. And it's interesting seeing things that like set up Hades 2 that definitely weren't there in the early access versions, because I never went back and played Hades 1 on a fresh start afterwards. I just kept playing my old save, so this is my first time seeing some dialogue options and stuff. I will say there's a little moment I can't wait to test. So Melanoe, in Hades, the playable character in Hades 2, absolute peak baby girl, love her to death. She's the best. She would rip Zag to pieces, first of all. Like, Melanoe is so much stronger. Like, you have so much more power as her at all times than I feel like Zagreus ever has. But in correspondence, the fights she has to do are much harder. But Zagreus can pet Cerberus all the time, but he only ever pets one of his heads, and it's the same head. It's the one all the way, if you're looking at him, all the way on the right. And you meet Cerberus here and there as Melanoe, but you can't pet him because he doesn't know you, even though you're Hades' daughter, right? Because of the nature of the story. And I'm wondering now, because I never picked up on this before, and I can't wait to test it, which I'll test when the game's 1.0 comes out, because I'm just trying to play Hades 1 as much as possible to get as much of that full story as I can. I'm wondering if, animation-wise, is she going to pet the wrong head, and I just never noticed? Because I didn't really clock that until petting Cerberus in my current playthroughs of Hades 1 going on, and Zag said a line about, you only like it when I pet you on this head. And I was like, oh my god, is Melanoe petting the wrong head in the animation? Is that why he won't let her pet?
Oh.
And I'm like, bro, that's such a small detail, but if that's what's actually happening, that makes me feel good. That makes me feel good, like waking up to snow on Christmas. That just makes me feel good. It's like it's like the studio is tucking me in and reading me a nice story, and everything's gonna work out. And I'm just like, oh, I hope she's petting the wrong head, and then at some point she pets the right head, and he's okay with it, and then, you know what, and then that'll just be 10-10, game of the year, easy. Dog likes pets only on this head. Does Abiotic Factor have dogs that like pets?
We get close to pets. We got a.
Hey, but come on, is close to
You,
pets though? Think about it.
I mean, they are considered pets. It's just that they're not dogs. They're different.
Yeah, so that doesn't
alien
sound
animals.
like good boys to me. That sounds like other things.
I mean, one of them you can pick up and then turn into a gun. So I don't know. That's kind of cool.
No. I want good boys to pets.
You can still pet the gun. You can still pet it when it's a gun.
No, I don't want that. No. That's not the same. If I'm holding my fluffy cat and he turns into a sword, it's not. No, I want to hold my fluffy cat. Anyway, Hades might be about just petting your dog correctly. Maybe that's the whole secret to the story.
Learn how to pet
I need to know if she's petting the wrong head. It's ever since that moment, I'm like, I could just boot the game up and test, but I don't want to play anymore until 1.0. And I'm just like, I bet you she's been petting the wrong head every time. They would do that as a studio. That is the exact type of thing they would put time into developing. I'm like, yeah. Make sure you have her animated petting not that head, because that's the only head they like to be pet on. And I'm just like, that's such an inane detail. I love it. I've been playing a lot of this season of TFT. It's really good. I really like this season. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I've been playing a lot of ranked on it. I'm mid-silver, somewhere in there. I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's a really fun, just kind of wild season where I feel like more people in a lobby are popping off than usual in terms of they're doing crazy shit. So the fights are crazier and look more insane. And I feel like the themes of this season and like what each trait does and how they interact is really compelling and fun. So I'm having a really good time. It's definitely like a step up from the last season. Was not really my thing. And then I briefly dipped a toe into Smite 2 beta on PlayStation. You know, it's Smite. It's fun. It's casual as
Mhm.
fuck. Um, I did start trying to play through Lords of the Fallen to do like a full playthrough since all their updates in response to like the sequel being announced, because I was a fan of that game even though I didn't get to finish it, and I thought it was cool to see an IP come back like that with such a big swing, even if it was a rocky launch but got better. And I'm really looking forward to seeing like what they do in the next game. And then other than that, the thing that I played that like absolutely blew me away is the Hell Is Us demo. Have you played this?
Hell is no.
Okay, well you should look up Hell Is Us. There is currently a demo on PlayStation. I don't know if there is on PC.
Yes,
Um
there is a demo on PC.
you should play this. Okay, so here's what I wrote in my notes, and I just want everyone to know these are all caps and it is one run-on sentence, okay? Here you go. Hell Is Us demo convinced me so quickly. Men in Black Dark Souls? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Buddy Motions? Question mark, question mark. Aliens spelled wrong because I'm too excited? Question mark, question mark. Transdimensional humans ruled by emotions? Question mark, question mark. There you go. Hell Is Us. I have never been so convinced by a thing I hadn't really cared about in my life. I would not have tried this ever, probably, but I saw it on the Sony, on the like PlayStation homepage demo, and I was like, free demo? You know what? I got time. It'll be fun to talk about on the podcast if it's just the shit on. And then it just like blew me away. I'm pretty sure it's Men in Black SCP Dark Souls, but are aliens emotional transdimensional humans that we murdered? I don't know, maybe. Dude, it plays like it's Men in Black Dark Souls. I don't know how else to describe it. It feels like it's Men in Black Dark Souls. And I'm not even sure what that really means when I say it. But that's what my brain decided to call it. It's like, is this Men in Black Dark Souls? Because that's insane.
I I kind of get what you're talking about when you say Men in Black Dark Souls, but I would have to take a look to fully
I
understand
highly
it. But like
recommend. It's
I
really fun. I like the way exploration in this game is, you get like a compass that you can like turn on and stuff, but there's no, and then when I say a compass, I mean a fucking like actual ass compass, not like the Skyrim compass that every game uses. No, we don't have none of that. We don't have nothing.
okay.
Are you trying to do this side quest? Well, I hope you remembered to read the note, and you can pull up the note. It's in your inventory, and you can read it again. And then I guess you can pull up your actual compass that just gives directions. You know, north, south, west, east, and you can fucking figure out how to get there if you want to do that quest. Because they're not going to tell you. In fact, the game is going to outright let you know at the start of the game's demo, they're going to tell you as little as fucking possible. No waypoints, no, like, a lot of the usual, like, navigational assists in games is gone. This is a very bare bones, like, when you are exploring and trying to get somewhere, or just, like, I feel like you could get real lost and in real dire straits real bad in this game. Because there is a fast travel, but it's limited fast travel in that, yeah, you get in the APC and drive to the other region. But when you're in that region, no, you just gotta walk everywhere, man. And you better not get lost. And, oh, were you trying to get there? Well, I hope you went the right direction. Right? Like, it's very much leaving you in the dark. It's a very weird game. But the combat's really fun. Like, straight up really fun. Feels really good. It can be, especially in the demo, it's very hard to parse the keywording of things. If you know what I mean? Where
Hmm.
it's like, I'm not sure what this means in this game.
Yeah. Hmm.
And it's definitely like, that can be a little annoying. It was a little annoying for me, but also it helped me that, like, this is just the demo. I'm not really gonna get that, like, refined understanding of all those things because it's a fucking demo and it's not that big. It's a pretty short slice of life. You could get through it pretty quickly. But what's here enticed me so quickly that I was like, dude, I just sat there and did the demo in one run. Didn't even think I was hitting the end of it. And I did. And I was just like absolutely blown away by the utterly bizarre tone that was just screaming Men in Black Dark Souls. And I don't know what else to tell you other than download this demo and try this game and get back to me. Because I am sold on this game. And I was not interested in this at all before. But the demo alone sold me on this. Like, no doubt, I will be picking this up and playing this at some point. I think this is going to be a must-play game. Like, it is profoundly strange. And I was getting sucked into the story and the world and what's going on, like, with what little they gave me there. And the gameplay is compelling, and you do feel like a really immense, like, you know how you played Atomfall, right? Or at least some of it.
No, I have not played Atomfall.
Okay, I don't know if you've seen Atomfall, like, depending on the difficulty options you select, has a very, like, bare-bones way of navigating, in that, like, read the fucking note, asshole. Figure out how to get over there. Right? Like, it's not gonna waypoint you, it's not gonna handhold you, it wants you to do the work. More than, like, say a Fallout does, right? Feels more closer to, like, a Metro, where it's, like, asking more of you, the player, on not just a gameplay level, but a, like, think about it, dumbass level. Like, don't be an idiot. Like, really actually making you think a little more. Whereas, let's be honest, unless you're playing on, like, a survival mode or with mods that do that, a Fallout is not really asking that of you. You can kind of just hammer your way through Fallout, right? Like, it plays like an action game. It's not a, like, plan your approach kind of game. Not really. It's not asking that of you on the most. Mods and survival difficulty can get you there. Whereas Metro is asking that of you, certainly at the base level, and more so on the harder levels. Atomfall is very much like, when people called it British Fallout, incorrect. It's British Metro. And it's weirder, and I think it's harder. This is kind of in line with that. Where it's weird and Polish, I think. And it's asking a lot more of you on, like, a thought process than these games typically do. And, like, when I say Souls, it is like a Souls-ish game, a Souls-like. But, like, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's like discount Death Stranding because the dude's in, like, a poncho and he's got, like, a BB-looking thing on his back. It is equally as bizarre and fascinating as Death Stranding is. Conceptually, at the very least. Like, what it gave me to work with in terms of what the story and, like, the world, give me a taste of the lore, right? To entice me to buy this game and experience the story. Yeah, it gave me more than enough to entice me on that end. And the gameplay that I did get to do in that, because you get to do a fair amount for a demo. You do, like, a little dungeon and stuff. It's really interesting and really compelling, and you get a little taste of, like, how you interact with the drone that you have, and how that interacts in combat, and how combat works, and some different types of enemies, including ones that have, like, a thing living in them that, like, fights you at the same time, but you can't hurt the host until you hurt that thing, so you have to, like, lock down the host or kite it out while it's attached to this thing like a living umbilical. It's crazy. Like, genuinely, highly recommend this demo. Like, really absolutely made me do a complete, like, absolute 180 on my opinion of what this game was. Like, couldn't have cared less, couldn't care more now. Instantly off that demo. Like, I was sad the demo ended. I was so ready to, like, and the way the demo ends, too, like, straight up perfect cliffhanger teasing you with what this game will have to offer, with a very brief glimpse at something very neat, and then hits you with the demo end. And it was I was just, like, so ready to go into that, and I was just like, no, I wanted to go over there. So, highly recommend you check this out. I think you might really like this. I think it's a really interesting game on, like, a mechanical level, when you're like really seeing what the combat can be just in the taste we get there, and you can see how who in a game with like a bare bones, we're gonna do as little hand holding as possible for navigational purposes, and
Mhm.
a very strict fast travel system that only works one way and isn't generous at all, and some souls mechanics and decent combat with a unique like system involving how you work in tandem with the drone you control and how that works in tandem against enemies coming at you and how you plan for those approaches.
Mhm.
Like all of that was really well done and executed. Like it felt good to play what little brief like gameplay combat wise I did get. Puzzle solving that I did do wasn't like too hard, but with how the navigation is bare bones and how things have played out in the demo, I can see how if you wanted to, you could make some puzzles that would be a real bitch to do in a game like this. Like shit that you could make some really compelling, yeah, this one fucking drove you nuts for 6 hours, didn't it? Kind of puzzles.
Mhm.
In a way that I feel like would be good and not like overbearing. So yeah, this game, dude, crazy. Definitely like something to keep an eye on. I would love to pick it up as early as possible. It is on my list of must plays now, and it was not before. So shout out to the demo. I'm a big fan of demos. I will almost always try a demo of something unless I just absolutely know there's no way in chance. But like I didn't think I was ever gonna want to play this fucking thing, and then I played the demo and was absolutely enthralled by how weird it was and fascinating. So that was really fun. It was like really fun. Can't wait to like hear if you get and play that. It's super neat. It's very
Yeah.
weird. Let me
I
put it this
definitely
way.
downloaded the demo.
Playing this, I'm like the whole time I'm playing this, I'm just like, because I had also just been listening to Chilluminati, shout out to the boys. I was just like, yeah, does Mathis know about this? Does Mathis from Chilluminati Games know about this? Because this is the most Mathis ass game I think I've ever played in my life. That's why I say it's like, dude, is this just Men in Black Dark Souls? Because that's what it seems like it is. And I'm just like, dude, like, you will know why I say this is the most Mathis ass game I have ever played in my life, and I think you'll know exactly what moment got me there. I
Okay.
think that the exact moment it happens via gameplay will get you there, as well as the exact moment cutscene wise where my brain went, does Mathis know about this game? Because I think he needs to be in. Is this soft disclosure? This might be soft disclosure. It got me. It fully red pilled me in that cutscene where I was just like, I'm locked in. I can't not go down this rabbit hole now. This is like JFK all over again. I have to go deep. I
Okay.
have to know what happened. Dude, it was crazy. I just like I can't wait to hear what you think about this because it blew me away with just the tone and the way it played and just everything about it coming together in a really fascinating experience that absolutely enchanted me. So, big ups to them for releasing a demo that really like brought it into my like forefront as like a thing I care about. And that's kind of mostly my month. And then we have news coming up, but shall we break for a bathroom real quick?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll pause that. Boom. All right. But time for the fucking news, kids.
Let's go.
Now you sound excited.
News is depressing lately, so that's why I'm just like, I don't know.
No. What do you mean
You know?
Gamescom happened? Good things. Good things.
Sure, here, jiggle the Gamescom keys right in front of you. But Gamescom, you know, Gamescom. It's not meant to be that funny. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Look at it.
No,
Gamescom,
it
look at
was because
Gamescom.
I had just taken a sip of my Sprite iced tea. Um, that right as you said, jiggle the Gamescom keys, and I wanted to like laugh, but it was my mouth was full of Sprite iced tea. So I couldn't swallow because I was laughing. So I just
Laughing, yeah.
I got caught in a loop there for a bit and just had to let time run out. Jiggle the Gamescom
Keys.
keys. That'll go on the list. Gamescom, yay!
Yay.
uh, oh yeah, Gamescom. Let's talk about Gamescom.
Gamescom.
Jesus Christ. I feel so bad for Gamescom now. Like, cool stuff happened at Gamescom. So there's Black Ops 7 stuff. Of the games of note for me, Black Ops 7, Lords of the Fallen 2, all I have to say about that is absolutely yes, please, Angel Mommy, break me. I'm so into that, whatever that is, that I can work with it. I watched that trailer and I've never been more of a lesbian in my life than when I watched the Angel Mommy with wings made of angel arms break this man in like 7 different places with her multiple arms. It's like the hottest thing I've ever seen in my life. Dude, if Christianity was like, what about this though? I'd be like, yo, sign me up. dude, 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 I became such like a monster fucker when I transitioned. Like that was not a part of me before, and now I'm just like, lots of limbs, weird eyeballs, vaguely feminine. Yeah, I can work with it. Oh my god. You know? Sometimes there's just, sometimes things just awaken something in you. Sometimes you hit 32, walk away from a toxic parent forever, accept that you're trans, start transitioning, become the gayest, thirstiest lesbian ever, and now you're a huge monster fucker as well, where you're just like, yeah, I can work with that. That's enough. There's enough moving pieces there. I can make it. I can compartmentalize enough for this. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That was a logical conclusion.
Yeah. The pipeline from playing only girl characters in your youth, in your character creators, to being a girl and gay later, it's real. That's a real pipeline. That's a real pipeline. Nobody tell Fox News. That's how they put the woke agenda in me. It was all those video games that let me play as a girl early on, and that's all I ever did. It was like, well, I'm obviously gonna pick a girl. I want to be a girl. And now here I am, a girl, thirsting over angel mommies that can break men in 7 different pieces with their gorgeous monster limbs. We gotta get off this game. I will talk about Angel Mom. It's so good. It was so good. I was like, that's like the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. I'm down for it. Hey, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is real, looks good, and will exist, and you can play it. It's a thing. It's happening. I kind of hope it's still really good, because, like, yo, I like Vampire the Masquerade, though. Like, I really want this. Yeah. I want this to be good because I want it to be good. Like, straight up, that's all it is. Mm-hmm. I want to buy this game and I want to play it and I want to be like, yeah, Vampire RP, let's go. And then I want to walk out of that game with the energy of, yeah, Vampire RP, let's go. Once again, does Mathis from Illuminati, because he's deep involved in the vampire werewolf game fights. I don't know if you've listened to every episode of Illuminati, but there's more than a few where he goes on a tangent about how a werewolf shouldn't have the name of a vampire, and dude, he has chosen a side in the war. That's all I'm saying.
I see.
he also was like the GM for like a Vampire the Masquerade campaign that's like a podcast thing that's like a couple.
Oh yeah, I do remember.
Yeah, Stitch of Fate, I think. I haven't ever gotten the time to listen to it, but like, I know he's firmly on the vampire side of that war, and I'm gonna be honest, I think I am too. I think I'm on the vampire side.
I'm werewolf.
It's just the the werewolf thing is cool, but like, bro. The power to be toxic and just burst into bats when I don't want to socialize? Incredible.
I'll just maul you to death.
Do you know how useful that would be? If like someone tried to talk to me and I could just turn into bats and fly away, holy fuck.
I'll just maul them to death. I don't care. Like I'll make you stop.
Yeah, but then eventually, like, humans get involved and they start hunting you, and yeah, you'll kill a lot of them before they get you, but they're persistent little bastards, and I don't like the whole moon having control over me that much. I like to be in control of my own fate, and there's just something about, like, vampires.
I mean, the moon technically controls over you because you can't be in the sun. You will die in the sun. So
Well, I just
you're
wear
you're
clothes.
basically all. Huh?
You just wear a hat.
Just wear a hat. Okay.
Yeah, they do that all the time. You just wear a hat. I just, like, can't be in the sun. I can still operate in daytime. I just have to do it in a certain way. Like, werewolves can't even do the werewolf thing until the moon says so. I get the vampire power 24/7, basically. Telling you, vampire is definitely the more powerful choice. In the future coming occult war, we're gonna be on opposite sides. It's okay. We'll still do the podcast though.
Okay.
Never.
Yeah, we'll still do the cup. Yeah, we'll still have them
Yeah,
make it work.
yeah. That'll be what brokers the peace. Don't you see?
Oh yeah.
Stupidest conversation we've ever had.
Vampires and werewolves working together to make a
We're just
podcast.
like pitching the plot of like the next fucking Underworld movie. We'll talk
There's
about
a
like those
there's a
movies are great.
podcast on plot.
I love those movies.
Oh, they're good. They're
I unabashedly love those movies. I'm like, yo, these movies are sick as fuck. I love these. Resident Evil 9. My notes for that are avenge mom. She's hot. Do it for hot mom.
Yep.
So it used to be, oh, vampire mommy's kind of hot. That's gonna be a fun part of the game. And now it's just do it for hot mom. Hot mom was kind of hot, and she said live. So like live. Also, what the actual fuck is going on in this game?
Yeah, like this. I don't know what's going on, but if there's anything to, I guess, look forward to is the fact that like, I saw someone stream the Outbreak games recently, the Resident Evil ones, and
Okay.
oh boy, those are old and very rough. But man, do like the scenarios that they all go through are so weird that I would not be surprised if somehow something in one of those scenarios was tied back into whatever's happening in RE9. Because there's like, how to explain? There is literally a scenario where people go to a hospital that has been infected by plants. So it's been overgrown by like plants affected by a virus. Oh, and there's just a chainsaw killer on the loose there as well.
Yeah.
Just running amok, yeah. So who fucking knows?
Yeah. So I'm gonna break down more so Black Ops 7 and Resident Evil 9 things more than anything else because there's really not a whole lot to go on about the other two. I did also make a tiny little note here is that there is, and this is just me being a huge bitch, but there is sure a lot of these similar looking and feeling Chinese action Souls games. It feels like there is a lot of them all of a sudden, and I'm starting to not be able to keep track of them, and I feel like I care for like nearly none of them. Because like I see what they're doing and it's not a thing that appeals to me. Like in terms of the way the gameplay is going. And I'm just like, I feel like I'm not going to enjoy playing any of these. Like I feel like there's like a lot of them these days. There's the Where Winds Meet, there's the blood money payment sword thing that was just a CGI trailer that we don't know what the fuck that even is. There's the Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, which has the worst like sword parry sound and oversaturated effects I've ever seen in a game. Hated it. Couldn't stand looking at it for more than 5 seconds. Then there's, Black Myth Wukong, and that's now like a franchise now. There's Black Myth something else coming, and it feels, and then there's Phantom Blade Zero, which is the only one I think that has any merit to me, but it just feels like out of nowhere there's and then there's Lost Soul Aside, and I'm just like, where are all these coming from? And why do they all look like the same game?
I don't know.
They all look like the same game. Okay. So, just some tidbits. Resident Evil 9, what I've heard through the grapevine is that it's the Leon Kennedy send-off game.
I've heard that rumor as well.
That it's his last game. And one of the reasons they've said they haven't come back to, like, Leon or a lot of the other characters that you know and love is that they think it's, like, hard to make a survival horror with those characters now. Because,
yes,
like,
they mentioned
those
that, yeah.
characters wouldn't be scared, and no one wants to do survival horror playing as Leon, being a huge badass. And it's like, actually, I think that's exactly what everyone wants, but okay. You can do survival horror and still play as a badass and get into some shit. Like, that's doable. It's definitely doable. Yeah. Like, The Last of Us 2 did it.
Yeah, it's just
on
gonna
both sides of that
just
story. Like, Ellie and Abby are definitively badasses. Like, they are tough as nails as they come badasses in this fucked up world. And they still go through some shit that is horrifying to them, right? Like, you can absolutely still do it. So I feel like that answer is kind of a cop-out, in my opinion. But I understand how they got to that viewpoint. But, like, I hope that doesn't just culminate in, like, okay, so we're just gonna do send-off games to, like, what, kill off each of the old cast? Okay, so then what do you do in 10 years when you're having the same problem? You just do it again? That's dumb. That's boring storytelling. That's stupid and dumb, in my opinion. I would understand doing, like, a send-off for 1 or 2, especially if it's done well. Although, we have gotten some Chris in the 7 and 8, but not a whole lot, very briefly.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. We will see what's going on with this one when it comes out. I hope Scary Game Squad plays it, that's for sure.
I'm sure they will. Like,
maybe.
Seems
they
like
never got to the DLC for RE4 Remake, but that's because of
Oh,
kind of
separate
what happened down on that line with the group at that point. So then
Oh,
they've
yeah,
only
yeah.
been doing, like, indie stuff since then. I will say, I was curious, so I did look up the definition for Requiem, because it's Resident Evil 9 Requiem. And the definitions as follows. The top 3 it gave me here are, and this is, especially, like, in the Roman Catholic Church, a mass for the repose of the souls of the dead. A musical composition setting parts every Requiem Mass or every similar character, an act or token of remembrance. And that's kind of it. So, what the fuck is it called Requiem for? I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
It's like very much from
Is the Requiem, it's Leon's send-off game, and he hands her his gun at the end of the game as he dies.
I say this more because the whole thing about it is that, from the looks of it, is that it's supposed to take place, one, potentially in the hotel where her mom died, and 2, it takes place over Raccoon City, where millions of Untolds are undead. So, like, that surface level idea is that it's maybe like the sort of like send off piece to Raccoon City and getting peace for her dead mother. Like it's like finding how to finally close a chapter of Raccoon City as a whole and just finally have its peace, sort of, to speak. But then there's also the fact that, like, Grace, his mother, has died, and she's been completely traumatized over it, and then how she is going to basically have to find peace for her mom, but also for herself, so to speak. That's kind of my idea of why it's Resident Evil Requiem.
Yeah, I'm not. It's one of those things where we just straight up don't have enough information to do anything more than theorize. Uh,
Yep.
but like I am interested because it does seem that like Leon is in this game somewhere, and I've also heard, as much as I've heard that like this is Leon's send off game, is that this game, and this is the one that I've heard that I thought was interesting, especially based off promotional material, is that the game does not take place entirely in Raccoon City.
Yeah.
That is just a small part of the game.
Yeah, I think
So
that hotel that to take place is probably not in Raccoon City, but maybe near or probably
yeah, who
somewhere adjacent
knows?
to it. So,
Who knows? Yeah,
oh no, we're doing
we're gonna
RE6 all
find
over
out.
again. Oh no,
What's up?
we're gonna do RE6 where it's like, oh fuck, we're in Raccoon City, but then we have to go to
I'm
some
gonna be
other place
honest. I
like the
don't even
mansion.
remember anything of a RE6.
RE6 just gets weird because like that's probably like the one title where they basically are traveling globally. Like they go from like Leon's campaign goes
No,
from
I mean, yeah, I
uh
understand that. It's just like the like the details of it. I know it was like you're jumping all over the place from different squads and stuff, but like I meant in like RE6 is bad, so I don't bother remembering any of it. Just like RE5.
I was playing RE5 at some point
Gross.
again. I still have fun with it.
Yeah, it's Resident Evil 9. We're gonna see what happens. I'm assuming this is all really going to be about establishing this girl as like a reoccurring character in the way that 7 and 8 were all, and the DLCs of each apparently were all about setting up Rose and her superpowers. Can't wait for like the logic there doesn't really stick though, right? When they're like, well, we can't do one with Leon as the main character or Jill because they're not going to be scared, and you don't want to play a survival horror game where people are going to be scared. And I'm like Ethan was like a nobody guy, but like scared, but also capable badass, and then like more of a capable badass goo man, and then Rose literally has superpowers. The fuck are you talking about, Capcom? She literally like shoots lightning out of her hand like a fucking Star Wars character.
I
Like
I'm just
like
I'm just
like factually
realizing.
she has superpowers and is a badass and is no longer going to be scared. Like even if she is scared, like and she could be like I don't know, the argument it seems flimsy to me. I don't quite buy it. You know what I mean? Cuz it's like Alan Wake 2, you can definitely have people be terrified and still be badasses. That's like being a badass doesn't negate being terrified when shit's scary. It just means you
It's
might be able to survive it. Like it
yeah.
doesn't stop it from being scary. That's not how that works.
I just
Like
realized.
I don't know. It just seems like a weird like
Yeah. No,
it
it's a
reads weird.
weird
It's like I
excuse. Yeah.
almost don't buy them. It's like that seems like a really bad bait red herring where I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, cause then like that statement is like, okay, so is that statement just for Leon? Cause you name drop him specifically, but like, what about Jill then? Is Jill not enough badass that you could like that you could see your like, you know what I mean? Cause Chris is in
Mhm.
7 as DLC, and then he's in 8 as part of the main game. Granted, briefly, but he's a huge badass and you just gun dudes down. But it's like, is that really any different than what you've been doing the whole game? No. You're just doing it as Chris, who's been doing this for 40 years of his life. That's the only difference between him and Ethan, is Chris has just been doing this forever. Like, does
I
it
can see
like I
I
guess
can
I
see
get it from a
them.
storytelling point of view, right? But I'm like, it just seems like such a weird thing to say and only specifically mention it about Leon. Is like, Leon's too cool. We can't use him as the main character. And I'm like, you literally just made Resident Evil 4 remake, and it's like the best-selling remake. I think you're full of shit with this statement, Capcom. Like, I think this is a huge lie. I don't believe you.
Yeah,
Swear to God, if this game comes out and like 50% of the game you play as Leon, I'm gonna be like, all right, Capcom cannot be trusted. They're dirty liars. If this
I mean
game comes out and you play as Leon like half, that's fucking, it's so dumb that they said that then.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I find it just, I realize now, I find it just funny that potentially the next generation of RE characters 3 of them are white blonde girls. Like, I just realized that.
Wait. How do we have 3?
We have Grace, we
Yeah.
have Rose,
Rose, and that's it.
and no, we have also Sherry Birkin.
That's not new.
No, but that would be
Sherry's
the
been
new.
around.
Sherry's been a little girl that, like, Sherry now
I
would
know who
probably be
Sherry
the,
is, but
yeah,
like
yeah. That's
Sherry's not
what I'm
new.
saying.
That's what I'm saying
But
is like Sherry isn't part of that generation though to me. Rose and Grace are new. Sherry is like, wouldn't Sherry be in her like 30s or 40s by the time of Rose and Grace?
which is
Yeah.
about probably the
Yeah.
same age that Grace is probably like that's what I'm
Oh,
saying. Like,
Grace is definitely like 20 something. There's no way Grace is 30. Maybe, but like Rose is like teenager, right? Like
yeah, no, but
young
what I'm saying
20s.
is that
Like I don't know. I don't I, like it. Like wait, where even is Sherry?
that's the good question. Where is she?
The size of 8 Sherrys. That's where she is. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
no,
that's
it's
that's the bigger question. I actually I don't even care whether about the debate of is Sherry counted as that generation of Resident Evil characters, because I would argue no, because Sherry's been around since Resident Evil 2 OG. Like, yeah, she's not like doing stuff until later, but isn't she like part of like 5?
no, she's part in 6 where she actually becomes an
She's
agent.
definitely in like a side game though, right? Like, I feel like she
Uh,
was in more than one game as like not necessarily
only
a playable character, but like doing stuff.
in 6. That's the only one.
Really, she wasn't in Revelations or something.
No. The Revelations was Jill and Chris for 1, and then the second one was Claire, Barry, and Barry's daughter. And then there was the little girl in that one too, where we left that entire story has now been left up in the air. And who knows what the fuck if they decide to do anything with it or not.
I mean, bro, I literally
But
just read
that
a thing where a rumor was that Code Veronica was being remade as a mainline game.
I mean, it kind of is just because the
Bro,
whole
we don't know what's going on with Resident Evil anymore. I don't think Capcom
yeah.
knows anymore. I think it's still being mapped out. Someone
the
is
thing-
sitting there with the book, the great big book of Resident Evil lore, and they're just really stressed out right now.
Yeah.
And they're just like, where is this character at this timeline? And the original guys who made the game are like, I don't know. We didn't like think about that back then. And he's like, we can't just pull her out of the ether and plop her in the game. Like, how did she get here? Where has she been? And it's just like, it's Sherry. Like, it's just
the thing is that Sherry is an agent. I just don't know if she's
doesn't Sherry have
to be an
superpowers too? Doesn't she have like some kind of like healing thing?
super healing. Yeah, super healing.
Oh my god, is that the setup? Is it just 3 superpowered blonde girls? You know what? I'm kind of into this actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm actually a big fan of this. I suddenly thought about this a little bit more, and I realized that it works with me being incredibly thirsty and homosexual about women.
I don't
so
wait. I don't hate this
suddenly
at all.
much more into this. I'm you know what? I'm okay. Send off Leon, send off Chris. Jill can mentor them and can just be their adoptive mommy and mine, except in the other way. And there we go.
Potentially we'll have to fight a superpowered girl because Natalie is like the whole a loose end in Rev 2 that we don't know because she kind of has superpowers as well, but we don't know if she
we don't even know what like Wesker's doing in current remake, like really, right? Because we haven't like
he's fucking dead.
No, he's in the. What do you mean he's dead? Wesker is not dead. He's in RE4 remake and in the DLC. He's in it all the time.
But again, in 5, he dies in 5, which why he has a son in 6.
5 doesn't count anymore. 6 doesn't count anymore. They're remaking them. We know they're going to get remade. We can't count that anymore until we get the remake. None of that matters technically. like we also canonically he did not die. He fell in a volcano and then projected his soul and possessed the nearest black man in town.
in a volcano.
Canonically, that's what happened. He fell in a volcano, was shot by like 9 missiles, and then astral projected his essence into the nearest man in town, who happened to be a black guy. That's why he was portrayed by a black guy in the Resident Evil Netflix series, which is considered canon to Capcom, even if you'd like them not to.
I'm just telling you right now, Wesker canonically fucked. He has a son, so he did have sex with someone and then had a son. So that's a thing. And
Yeah,
then
nobody cares about that. Like,
but what's funny?
like,
What's funny
look,
is that you said
Wesker is,
the.
dude. They're just
I
gonna
want
bring
you to
him
know.
back.
I want you to know
Just gonna
that
bring him back.
that astral projection of a soul is sort of what happens in Rev 2 with Natalie and Albert Wesker's sister, Alex Wesker. So that's a whole entire different story, and who knows if Capcom is just like, no, we're not going to do anything with it, or it's going to come back
I mean, they
somehow in like
literally
Worry
name
10
drop
or...
the Wesley, like, OG Granddaddy Wesker is, like, how Umbrella was founded as a pharmaceutical company, is because he met Lady Dimitrescu and understood that she was, like, a vampire lady, and they became buddies, and he helped her with something or whatever, and then he met Mother Miranda back then, 7 million years ago, in the ye old English days. And that Wesker is learning knowledge from Mother Miranda and shit is how he went on to start the pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, that was David Oswald Spencer.
That's like
was...
a thing. Like, they bothered to set that up. There's no way they're not bringing Weskers back. That's the most pointless bit. Like there's no reason to do that in 8 if you're not bringing Weskers back into the main villain era. Like, you have to be now, because like, also, like, that moment in 8 is on like a note in a desk you can read. It's not even handed to you. You have to go find it. You can very easily miss it.
Yeah, no, that was Oswald Spencer. That was the creator of Umbrella. Like, he had met Mother Miranda, and they basically had differentiating ideas on how to do it.
This is how far Umbrella goes back, and I'm like, bro, this is so stupid. Why are you doing this?
That was probably the weirdest for lore drop. It's like, are you telling me this RE8 whole shtick started way before the beginning of Resident Evil, and then we're just okay?
Dude, Umbrella was started by vampire angel mommy meeting normal dude who, you know what, why don't we just change his name in Resident Evil 10? He'll become Oswald Spencer Wesker. Secretly, he hid his last name. And now if you look at the Umbrella logo, you can see it just says Wesker, actually. Like, this is where we're headed. We're just headed to some fucking nonsense. You know that moment where the Resident Evil game likes to remind you that, yes, here is the Resident Evil portion of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Usually when you walk into the lab of fucked up monstrosities, where it's just like bad people making increasingly bad decisions is just the plot. Where it's just like, you just pull open a desk and you read a guy's note, and it's just like, I love torturing people. Here's how I tortured people and gave birth to a monster. Then I tortured the monster and gave birth to a stronger monster, and then that one killed me. Oh no! And it's like, bro, what is this world? It's literally like the plot of every game. Oh my god. Maybe the real Resident Evil was mankind.
Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna talk about Black Ops 7 now, because there's some stuff to talk about.
Yeah, go for it.
So, it's a co-op campaign, first of all. You can play it co-op, which is so cool. I'm a big fan of that. I think it's really neat. But there is a couple things we do know about that is interesting. First is here. The Avalon Endgame. In the culmination of the co-op campaign, the endgame goes active. And it isn't just the last part of the campaign. It's a brand new, replayable experience. I'm pulling this directly from their fucking site.
Yeah.
It is an extraction mode where you will be faced off against other, like, squads of players the usual, like, nonsense coming at you in the Call of Duty world games, but also they definitely showed off zombies and stuff in that moment too, all blurring together in an insane extraction mode that is now a replayable thing and is the factual end of your campaign somehow. So there's that. And then it's like each run is a new step in your power journey as you wield personalized abilities you've unlocked and face unexpected challenges. And then the next part of this that I want to read about is the operator combat rating. Once you reach the end game, you'll be able to play as any unlocked operator and access the combat operating system to fully realize your operator's power and effectiveness. Every operator you take into the co-op campaign's endgame is their own combat rating that you progress by doing activities, assignments, and defeating enemies. When your power increases, you choose new power upgrades or skills that increase your combat rating. Power upgrades increase stats such as health, armor, mobility, and damage. Skills are perk-like upgrades that specialize your operator into tracks built around a defined combat role. I'm not sure what this is going to look like, but I'm interested in it, at least to see it and get my hands on it to see what the fuck this ends up being, because it is very different. And it says, additionally, you may select and equip 2 powerful abilities to customize your operator's role for battle. Many abilities are exclusive to the co-op campaign, such as the ability to leap several stories to traverse distances or warp in the direction you're aiming to redirect the battle. So, it'll just be in the co-op campaign, and from what I can tell, thus in the endgame extraction mode campaign, but like they did that, the part that becomes a replayable extraction mode, I guess, is you'll be able to like get operator abilities from like back in the day and do shit like that, which I think is really neat because I like that stuff.
Mhm.
In endgame, campaign loadouts and operator selection become available, allowing you to bring in unlocked abilities from the campaign, along with any primary or secondary or melee weapon into endgame, as well as keeping equipment and weapons you've successfully escaped with in a special field acquisition section of your loadout. But if your squad goes down, you're back to square one, including your combat rating. So, again, it's clearly an extraction mode. It's definitely a bold move, I think, to like be like, hey, the campaign ends in a fucking extraction mode that brings back operator power as like a thing you can build up on, but also that goes out the window if you die and your operator gets reset back to 1. But also there was definitely fucking zombies and shit running around this extraction mode. And I'm just like, there's a world where this is really good and there's a world where this is really bad. Right? Like, it's one or the other, I think. It's one of those things where I'm like, if this is good, you might have struck gold. It's one of those, like, this is either lightning in a bottle or not, to me. I suppose there's a medium where it's kind of, like, not insanely impressive, but not insanely bad and just okay, and it can skate by that way. I think the more likely outcome is it's a big slam dunk win or a big fumble. Extraction games usually are. The beauty of this is that it's not an extraction game. It's just a replayable extraction zone in your already well-established FPS franchise, right? It's not betting everything on extraction, which is probably smarter than every other extraction game. Because you're asking a lot with an extraction game, because dying has a bigger cost, right? So it is nice that there's a chance for a nice extraction game to be here without consuming the whole thing. I think that's a really smart way to do something like this if you're going to do it. Now we come to like some of the multiplayer stuff here. 16 6v6 maps at launch, 13 all new maps, and 3 returning Black Ops 2 classics. Plus 2 new large-scale maps, and the large-scale maps are 20v20. And then that's it. That's the map variation that they're giving us. Near future weaponry. So, you know, we're gonna get some fun tech stuff, but we'll see. Overclocked gear is an interesting new thing, I believe. At least as far as I can remember. For the first time, score streaks, field upgrades, and equipment can be upgraded with the new overclock system, growing more versatile the more you use them. Every match becomes a step toward unlocking their full potential. So it sounds like if say me, I really like my claymores, right? I like my claymores. I like getting clever placement with them, but I also like the scare grenades that they used to have back in the day. And if they have that and I like those and use those a lot, I'm going to like level them up in a way that I'm getting better versions of them that someone that isn't using those a lot isn't going to have because they didn't put in the time to get them. Much in the same way that, like, yeah, if I like this gun and you don't like that gun, well, yeah, I'm gonna have attachments for that gun that you don't have. But now we're doing that with other stuff, which I think is really interesting. I want to see how it, like, actually works, of course. We're just working with on-paper shit, as always, right now. And at the end of the day, until you get your hands on it, you really can't have a concrete opinion or even sense of how it actually works and whether you like it and whether you think it's good or not, right? Like, all that will have to come in the beta and shit, but it is interesting. As always, again, Treyarch seems to be more willing to shake things up than anyone else doing it in the Call of Duty scene. And it doesn't always land. It does not always land, but I'm always down to try something new, especially when it seems interesting. Perks and hybrid combat specialties. So much like the last game where it was like if you got like 3 of the perks of that color on, you get the specialist thing. There's now hybrid specialties that like the way I understand it is that there will still be the like, did you pick all 3 reds? Okay, you get the red specialty. But now there's like, did you pick 2 reds and a blue? Well, you can get this specialty, right? Thus making it less strict on like, yeah, you should probably do all 3 of one color, or that thing where everyone's gonna run that one wild card that lets you get the other perk because then you can still do 3 of a color and the 1 of the other. It makes it more flexible and less rigid, which I think is better for a game in terms of PvP. Always, I think, encouraging more flexibility, even in small scale, creates a healthier gameplay environment than going super rigid. So without seeing what those are, we don't really know what they're going to look like. Omni movement is here to stay, and this time it includes wall jumps and more. We saw some grapple boosting jump going on. We saw some other stuff in the trailer. So Omni movement staying is a good sign because it's absolutely a must-have to me in every Call of Duty now. It like the idea of taking that away seems crazy. I'm super happy to have wall jumps. I wish it was wall running, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Skirmish is the all-new 20v20 mode. It blends a variety of objectives with new abilities like wingsuiting and grappling hooks, so that may be only tied to skirmishing, unknown at this point, and vehicle warfare into a mass experience set across 2 launch maps. It's, you know, their little dip into the kind of Battlefield season of things. You know what I mean? Like that bigger map stuff. So not really a thing I'm ever probably going to fuck with. It's just not what I care about. It at launch, 30 new weapons at launch. It's fun. The way this is worded is so silly because it's like 30 new weapons at launch, and it's like it shouldn't be worded that way because that then says including 16 that players will see in Call of Duty for the very first time. So it's weird that it says like 30 new weapons at launch when it's like it should be 30 weapons and then 16 that are new for the first time. Though in that trailer, if you've seen them, we do see some definite fan favorites returning. I see those dual pistols. I see them. I know what those are. I know how those work. Bang, bang, bang. Everybody dies. I cannot wait to run those, and I will be running them, and no one can stop me. Like, I saw those and I stood up like Captain America. I understood that reference. Something I really like here is the return of weapon prestige, which is, you know, I like weapon prestige. I think it's nice to see. You will be able to share your weapon builds for the first time, which is nice. Like, there's gonna be a built-in sharing, like, you can just, like, send me the code of, like, your exact loadout for this weapon. And I can, like, grab it and be like, oh, okay, that's what you're using, right? I think that's, in a game where the weaponsmith is as complex as it is nowadays compared to what it used to be, I think this is a much-needed quality of life. Uh,
Mhm.
different, score streaks. It says score streaks each time. As far as I can tell, it's score streaks, not kill streaks in any way. As far as I can tell, it's unclear because again, they could just be using score streaks as a general term, and it could be both, like it has been sometimes. I always prefer score streaks personally. I think it's a better choice than kill streaks. But we will see. Um, and then so the overclock system can be used to upgrade score streaks, field upgrades, and equipment. Meaning the more than just like I'm just trying to like read through this, but it doesn't like really give a lot more other than saying as you're playing throughout like, oh, okay, wait, here's a little thing here. Cluster grenade, last seen in Black Ops 4. The cluster grenade is a lethal that scatters a small group of smaller explosives when the main projectile detonates. Overclock it, and you're awarded the following upgrades. First overclock, a controllable fuse, adds the ability to cook the fuse over time. Second overclock, tighter packing, adds one additional mini grenade to the projectile. Okay, so those are small changes. I'm wondering if it's like, is it first over, like you're doing the first and then the second overclock in a singular match, right? Or I'm not
Yeah.
sure how all that works. Again, we won't really know until we know, but
Yeah.
it's interesting because even though it seems small, just depending on like how the overclock is earned, right? If it's earned based if like performance, if you're doing well, are you earning it faster, right? If you're or is it like is each overclock unique to the thing in that if you want the overclock for this faster, you need to be using it constantly and getting like you need to be using this grenade and getting value out of it to get to that overclock faster, right? I'm without knowing exactly how it works, it's hard to suss out the impact of it, whether it'll be small or big. Again, hard to make any of those calls when you're just reading off paper, but it is different. And I'm excited to see different in Call of Duty always, especially when for years and years we get boots on the ground in the same 5 fucking things over and over. They have the drone pad listed here as well. It's in it deploys to the skies and it expels autonomous aerial drones which seek out enemies. And your first overclock is a quick launcher. It rapidly increases the speed at which drones are launched. And the second overclock is a radar link, which leaves a mini map icon at each drone's detonation point. Okay, so right out the gate, I think that's way bigger value on both those than the cluster grenade one, just off paper. That seems like a game changer. Like, someone running that who gets to the overclocks quicker, you're just literally, like, you're using a thing that just doesn't exist for the other person yet. Like, that's pretty interesting. They released the Score Streak Rhino, which is their remote-controlled, like, robot you can summon in and run around and play as, which is cool. The first one extends the runtime for the Rhino, allowing for more time in it. And the second is a sonar pulse, which reveals nearby enemy locations on the Rhino's minimap and enhances both radar and duration. So these ones here definitely seem like better. Oh, okay. I feel like the first example they did with the cluster grenade was bad because I feel like all these others seem more interesting. The Score Streak dog, the like fucking little walkie mobile tank robot boy. The first overclock, larger battery, he just is around longer. But the second one allows a sentry mode, which allows you to tell it to hunker down, guard a specific area, and it will deploy a supply pack and has an integrated trophy system when it's in sentry mode. So that suddenly became, to me, right there, I'm like, did I get that? Do I have the second overclock? Absolutely push on B. Whether we have it or not, I'm putting the dog on it. Like, right? Like, that suddenly became an entirely different score streak off that second overclock. Like, the thing it does is now completely different and has completely different value. That's interesting as hell. Again, not knowing how you earn these and the rate at which you earn them, I'm like, is it individual or is it you only get 2 overclocks a match, right? So can you and like, I'm assuming if it's only 2 a match, right? Or however it works, like it's interesting to already have to think about, do you spend one here and one there or do you burn both for that? Right? Like, Because if you burn both for that, but then you start struggling and you don't earn that score streak, you just spent your overclocks for nothing. Oh, you know, if that's how it works, if it's to a match and there are people like spending their overclocks on the high end score streaks and then getting killed right before they get them, bro, you know they're rage quitting. You
Oh
know
yeah,
some of them are raging
they're
immediately.
gonna be
Every
rage
guy
quitting.
that runs the chopper, I'm gonna hunt him down. Oh, did you overclock that? Nah, homie. I'm starting to camp on top of you just to make sure you don't get it. I have to. You overclocked it. Like, bro, that's crazy to think about like that. That's a rage quit city right there, and I'm here for it. I'm here for all those losers. Trying to see if it's gonna give me any. No, it doesn't give me any. It just kind of mentioned the hybrid combat system a bit, but didn't get into details. Next level Omni movement, swift wall jumps to evade, or out of style your pursuers will rip up mantle ledges. Skirmish, you can drop into combat rolls from steep falls, so that's interesting. But not a lot. This is an interesting bit here. The removal of tactical sprint. A limited duration boost of speed allowing faster movement than standard sprint as a default movement option. Instead, this will be granted through an optional perk in multiplayer. So you can have
Yeah.
it, but you will pay for it.
Yeah, I think it's what they're trying to do is balance out tactical sprint, just so that way, like,
Mm-hmm.
it's not the constant use of movement, because so many thing about tactical sprint is that you get around the map so quickly that sometimes spawn camping can be a thing, or just
Mm-hmm.
it's just more
Absolutely.
annoying for more
Yeah.
people. So just basically be like, all right, it's gonna be a perk now, but that
Yep.
perk
I think that's
where
a
that
good
tactical sprint is
solution.
gonna take, yeah.
Because it's like you can still have it and you can probably still abuse it damn well near about the same. But oh, are you willing to like eat a perk slot? Or are you willing to like fuck up your hybrid combat build for it? Or are you willing to like are you using wildcard just so you can have tactical sprint? Really? Like it'll start to I think it'll cut down on the problem overall. I think the
Yeah.
cost will be too high for a lot of people. And I think it's the best solution they could probably have for it currently that like is gonna land the smoothest across the community, right? Like it's such a weird thing to like adjust something like that. And then round-based zombies returns. So we're here at the zombies section. It's a brief content summary. Round-based zombies returns with all new vehicle gameplay that takes players across a massive set of new locations. When crews collide, continuing the Dark Aether story, the Black Ops 6 crew collides with alternate versions of the original heroes Richtofen, Nikolai, Takio, and Dempsey in a never-before-seen incarnation. They're different. They're totally new. They're
So
not
they're
any of
different.
the other fucking alternate.
Premise or
God damn
alternates.
it.
Okay. Okay.
They're totally different. They're a third or fourth
But I mean,
variation.
that officially means like that the old world, everything from Black Ops 1 before, like that entire world is gone. That entire timeline has just been
Hang on, though. Yeah,
destroyed.
now that's a bold statement for you to make before I've read the rest of this. These legends return to face a new kind of nightmare, though, and there's a dots between this, though, in the Dark Aether, nothing is ever what it seems. So, it may mean that that's gone. Or not. Who knows? Zombies doesn't necessarily have to follow any fucking rules. The rules are whatever Treyarch says they are. So, I don't know what's going on, because until we get to this game and play on this, like, I think the fact that we're seeing a new variation of that 4 crew there, like, I don't think that confirms anything. It makes things weirder. It makes things harder to confirm. The fact that they're back at all in any variation. And they're just here in the Dark Aether? Why? Like, what are they doing here? How did they get here? Where were they from, even? How did they not interact with any of the other variations of them? There's too many unknowns to make any claims. I think until things are confirmed, everything is on the table for zombies at this point. Survival maps return for the first time since Black Ops 2, focused entirely on outlasting the undead. I don't remember what survival maps were. What the
I
hell was survival
think
maps?
survival maps. I have to look it up because I think I know what a survival map was because I
Yeah, if
probably
you don't
played that
mind,
type.
Dead Ops Arcade
So,
4 is going to be there. Wild new mode, deadly weapons, and new arenas in the over-the-top chaos. Whether you're solo with a squad, DDA 4 is absolute mayhem. Love seeing Dead Ops Arcade every time. Uh,
bare bones for the objective simply being to survive limitless waves on dead with weapons, and the backbush, depending on the map. Oh, it was okay. So I definitely played a survival map constantly.
what is this
Uh,
again, then? I don't remember this term, the B word.
so essentially, um, oh, what's it called? Okay, so in Black Ops 2, you remember Transit, right? You remember
Yeah,
that specific?
Transit was
Okay,
great.
yeah. So the thing about Transit is that it was a big map that kind of composed of very different sections.
Yeah,
So
I
there
mean,
was
I
the
played the fuck out
yeah
of it.
yeah
I
yeah
know what
yeah yeah
transit is. I don't
yeah.
need you to
So
explain that.
yeah, but what I'm trying to explain is that the survival mode was like those sections only, and so you would just basically all you would do is play on that section with whatever wall buys there were, and then there was like a pack a punch, like in the middle or something, and
Oh,
that's
okay.
it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
I
that's
remember
all you
this
would
now.
do.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So we have a little more here. In Treyarch's legendary round-based zombies mode, the nightmare begins where reality ends. Following the shocking revelations at the conclusion of Black Ops 6, which we talked about earlier in the show, sorry, the crew now appears to be trapped in the dark aether. This imprisonment in a Bermuda Triangle-like hellscape, where the fog never lifts, the shadows breathe, and the dead don't rest, has given Treyarch Zombies developers freedom to explore across time and space. Black Ops 7 Zombies ventures into bold and uncharted territory where the team's creativity can absolutely run wild. This isn't just survival, it's a descent into madness. When crews collide, familiar faces from the darkness. They look so good, I miss my boys. With Weeva, Meyer, and Carver and Gray damned to exist in this new nightmarish purgatory, their word is rocked still further. Mind-bending realities collide as they come face to face with an alternate incarnation of the original Zombies crew. With no idea who the others are, how they got there. While new alliances may or may not be formed, these legends return alongside the crew from Black Ops 6 to face a new kind of nightmare. Though in the dark ether, nothing is ever what it seems. Trapped in the dark ether, explore a vast and foreboding landscape and visit a series of eerie and forgotten locations offering a multitude of threats, secrets, and storylines with horrors around almost every corner. Face the undead hordes, unearth secrets, and dig in the shadows of a forgotten world for discoveries sometimes best left undisturbed. And I'm looking at screenshots of this, and that's Transit. I'm almost certain I'm looking at the farm from Transit right now.
Yeah, honestly, that's the thing. I think like that's
That
what I was
looks
trying to
like
explain.
fucking
Like
Transit to me.
that's what I was trying to explain. Like back in Summer Game Fest or when they announced Black Ops, like that few seconds of like clip of zombies
Oh
that they
yeah, no,
showed
I
in the Black
remember you
Ops, it
talking
was
about that,
Transit.
but
Yeah,
like few seconds of a clip to me is never enough to go on anymore. It's like, yeah,
I
we
was
can
like,
pause it and that. It's like when I start seeing screenshots like this from the official like vlog on the thing after like the official trailer. Teaser trailers are never enough anymore. I can't make out enough things in them. It's just like a bunch of images really quickly. It's like I
yeah,
believed you, but I'm like until I see it in a way that's more concrete, I'm not gonna sit here and be like it's definitely Transit based off this one freeze frame at exactly 7 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah,
And
no.
you
I
see it
just
right
I
in your.
just said it looked like it. I didn't say it was, but I was like, oh damn, it kind of looks like
Yeah,
that.
it's just
I wonder
like
what they're
everyone
gonna
was
do.
like, oh, it's definitely, it's the Nuke's top 10 thing all over again.
Yeah.
As you travel through this haunted hellscape, the roads between locations can be dangerous and unforgiving. It's fucking definitely transit. You're just driving. Fortunately,
Yes.
there's a fifth member of the crew to rely on for all your transportation needs. Players with previous experience using transportation in their travels should be pleased to learn Black Ops 7 launch map will allow access to a well-weathered, fully drivable wonder vehicle to forge a path into the unknown.
The bus.
No,
We're getting the. No.
it appears to be a truck.
Oh, okay.
Survival maps are coming back. Yep. There are no
Mm-hmm.
quests other than your squad surviving against the unmerciful dead at the individual locations throughout the launch map. Yep, it is literally the launch map is fucking transit. It's new transit because we're getting survival maps which haven't been seen since transit, and you're just going to doing the same. Yeah, it's just it's
Yeah.
transit. It's 100% transit. That's
Yeah.
great. Transit's one of the best maps of all times. That's a good launch map. I like that launch map. Core movement changes also make an appearance in Black Ops 7 with Omni movement, innovations, and combat roll preset, as well as disappearance as tactical sprint, has also been removed from zombies by default. That's interesting. And then full zombies reveal only weeks away. Doesn't say when, but I imagine probably sometime next month. Progression summary content. Weapon progression is shared across campaign, multiplayer, and zombies. Weapon build sharing, we already mentioned that. Weapon prestige returns. Each weapon will feature 2 weapon prestiges along with a build-changing prestige attachment, unique weapon camos, and additional rewards. So, like, prestiging your favorite weapon gets you, like, unique weapon attachments only for that fucking weapon, apparently. Camos, and more camos. Did you like camos? Because they've got camos. It's going to be 16 mastery camos to unlock across multiplayer, zombies, and co-op at launch, and Call of Duty Warzone start of Season 1. 16 mastery camos?
Ugh.
Wait, so how many camos individually then? It doesn't say. Oh, I don't like that. That's scary to think about now. That's fine. I enjoy, like, casually hunting for camos. I don't really think about it, and then I just go, ooh, a new thing when I get it. Yeah, just kind of looking at stuff. And I think that's the general fucking gist of it, really. Oh, the beta dates, I think. Hang on. Next on Tuesday, September 30th, is when we'll see the multiplayer zombie stuff. September 30th. There's your official date. And then the beta starts on October 2nd, I believe, if you pre-ordered. October 5. Yeah, early access is October 2nd to October 5th for pre-order. And then open beta for everyone is October 5th to October 8th.
Okay.
Yeah, so at the very least, again, I do like that. It is nice to see we are at least in the era of, for at least this game, the beta, like, here's your pre-order early access, but then everybody gets to play, and it used to not be that for so many years. You could only get in the beta if you pre-ordered, which was always rather silly.
What's funny is that we won't really get to talk about the zombie stuff until
Until it
October.
comes out, yeah.
Yeah, so basically we're just gonna
November.
talk about
The game comes out in November.
But I'm assuming not only we're gonna like look at the zombie stuff, but do like the Black Ops 7 like open beta or whatnot. So we'll talk about that like
I'm
in
definitely
late
going to be on the
October.
open beta if, things are going well by then. I'll probably pre-order the game. You know me. I'm always willing to give another Black Ops an attempt. I mean, I liked 6. It was just the cheating got so rampant that it became impossible to engage with anything but the zombies. And then, like, I just kind of fell off that, getting involved in other shit in life. But, I don't know. Like, I definitely would go back to those maps and play those zombies again. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
And the campaign was great. I loved the campaign of 6. I thought it was really fun. I thought it was an insanely crazy, weird Black Ops roller coaster that was just like one of the most bizarre things ever at sometimes. And I enjoyed that very much. And honestly, based off this campaign, this is that crazy, trippy, mind-numbing 3 shit that I loved, that everyone else hated, and I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I love this shit. I love how weird it gets, and I'm super down for you're playing a Call of Duty campaign overdosing on the fucking Scarecrow's fear gas. Go. And I'm just like, yeah, that sounds insane. I can't wait to experience this. I like the part where they look up and LA is just twisting into a Mobius strip above me. And I'm just like, yeah, fucking cool. Great. Super. That looks outrageously crazy and I love it. I'm here for it. Vibes. And then my last little note thing was Nintendo Direct. They announced a bunch of things. Kirby games and stuff. Pokemon stuff that I never bothered to keep up with. But hey, Cult of the Lamb's getting a big expansion in 2026. Yay! I love Cult of the Lamb. I can't wait to play that.
Damn, it's been so long, but that's
Dude,
cool.
Woolhaven.
It was a really fun game.
That game's great. Like, I love
Yeah.
that game. Like, genuinely, I think that game's fantastic. So that was just kind of my brief look at Gamescom and whatnot that went on. Did you have anything I missed? Please run it down now.
I
Sure,
don't
there
really
is.
know. I just know, at least for Gamescom wise, they announced the what's it called? Fallout Season 2.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I was like, and so it was like, oh yeah, that's basically kind of just taking place, of course, in New Vegas. But apparently, interestingly enough, this takes place like uh 5 to 6 years, I think, after the events of New Vegas, the game. Like the courier
Which
has already done
events?
his has already done their stuff in New Vegas, so it'll be
That's a
interesting to see
like
a post.
which
Yeah.
events? Which
So
what
that's
like you know what I mean? Like depending
yeah,
on how I played New Vegas, there's a lot of different outcomes for the end
yeah.
of that game.
So that's what we're going to see, how what
Yeah, I guess we'll
canonically
have
the
to
events
see,
are.
right?
Yeah.
Because like there's especially for like New Vegas itself involving parties there is some very different outcomes based on decisions the courier
Exactly.
makes.
So we'll see. We'll
That's
see.
not even counting like the Kaiser people and stuff, right? Like or
Yeah.
the DLCs. Like just counting base game New Vegas and not even the factions outside of New Vegas, there is wildly different outcomes.
Yes.
I'll be very interested to
Cool.
see which one they go with there. That's kind of
Exactly.
crazy. I still gotta finish the first season of that.
It's good. It's good.
You know what I did?
Uh.
I forgot to
Mhm.
put on here, just real quick, that I want to mention is Ghost of Yotei confirmed we'll be getting a Ghost of Yotei Legends free update, just like Tsushima did. They'll be getting it in 2026, and it's gonna be once again 4 classes, co-op survival. I think it'll have the PvP duels, everything the thing had over time, all at launch. So I'm actually really excited about that because I love Tsushima and I loved Legends, but because I played Tsushima so fucking late, anyone who was playing Legends was like endgame all the time, and it's a struggle to do that shit solo, so I didn't really have anyone to play with, but I remember briefly playing a lot of it when it first came out, and it was a very active, like, side mode. Like, it was really fun. And I'm excited to hopefully be able to hit that one in a more active player base, because I thought that was like a really fun way to play that game. So that did get announced as well, which is really cool, even though it won't come out until next year.
Gotcha.
But it'll be free, so yeah.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? From the Gamescom stuff. Apparently a Lego Batman that plays like the
Yes,
Batman
yeah,
games.
yeah, I saw that. It's like the Batman movies. I guess the Christian Bale one. I don't like which
I'm.
movies like.
I don't know. It just says
I don't
Rise of
know
the
either.
Dark
It just
Knight.
says Batman
It just said
movies.
it's Batman, but it's supposed to play like the original Batman. Well, like Batman Arkham Asylum and stuff. Like that's how the game is supposed to play.
Oh,
So, what
okay.
story? What story this Lego game is going to take place? I have
I'm gonna
no
be
idea, but
honest.
it's supposed to play like.
That doesn't soothe the wound of still not having another Batman Arkham game.
This is the closest you're gonna get, so I'm sorry.
No, that's not
Uh,
true. It's been confirmed that Rocksteady is working on a Batman game, single player. It's
We'll
just
see
we
if
won't
it doesn't get canceled.
well, it probably won't, but we won't see it for 4 or 5 years still.
Let's see. We already talked about Silson.
We talked a lot about Silk Song and whether it exists.
Yeah. Yeah, then we talked about Bloodlines, and now that's coming out, and then I don't know.
I
I
can't
think
wait to play as a hot vampire lady and kill people for not giving me the information I require.
I need to go and check on Silent Hill F and see if anything about that because I didn't get much. I didn't get to see the Gamescom stuff about it.
I'm gonna be honest, I
But
completely forgot that anything Silent Hill was happening, as I
yeah,
always do. Like, bro, you said that, my brain was like, "The fuck is Silent Hill F?" And I'm just like, "Oh right, yeah,
yeah, the
they're
new
still
Silent
trying
Hill.
to breathe life into the decaying corpse of Silent Hill."
Yep. And then I saw the Nintendo Direct, which was the Kirby Air Riders thing, and I'm like, it's pretty much just Kirby Air Rider, but more. Like that's kind of it. And honestly, Kirby Air Rider was a really fun GameCube game.
Oh yeah, it
So
really
the fact
was.
that
But
it's just
like,
like
yeah,
the fact that it's just
it's
basically more of that, and like it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm sold. I don't have a
see
Switch
that
2,
the
but if I ever get one, I'll fucking
See,
play.
the problem there for me is that anytime Nintendo remotely does something where I'm like, oh, Kirby Air Ride for GameCube was great, then my brain, of course, goes, yeah, for GameCube. You want to buy that Switch? And I'm like, no, I fucking don't. I don't want to spend money on that piece of shit. Do you want to buy that Switch too? No, the thing that's still not even as powerful as the GameCube and won't run things as well, and is weird and has to be docked and like plugged in and is like just dumb and not a proper ass console. No, I don't. Can I play those Nintendo things, the 2 things they have that might interest me, anywhere else? No. Okay, well then you're not getting my money. Like, just straight up, I'm just like, yeah, maybe if I could buy like an actual ass console and not have to pay out the ass for this handheld thing that doesn't run things as good as a console from 20 fucking years ago, maybe then I would care about Kirby Air Raid being back. But unfortunately, I don't live in that world, so I don't care. I'd like to care, but I'm not gonna get there is nothing Nintendo could drop that would make me invest money on any kind of console while they're doing this, like, whatever this Nintendo Switch era is. I want nothing to do with it. Like, give me a GameCube again, and then we'll talk. Give me a proper ass console that works and is just dropping the best games you've ever had. The best Mario game, Sunshine. The best Mario Kart, Double Dash. The best Mario Parties, 4, 5, and 6. Chibi Robot, original Animal Crossing. I can just go on. GameCube, GameCube, GameCube. It has never been that good again, and until they show me that it's going to be that good again, I will not spend a penny on this company. I can just play my emulators of the old Pokemon games, and that's enough. I don't need anything Nintendo has right now. I just really don't. It's sad. I used to be such a Nintendo person, and then I'm just like, yo, you really just, like, became not a thing that sold products for me anymore after GameCube. It just ends there. But up until then, dude, Game Boy? Game Boy Color? Nintendo 64? Super Nintendo? Hell yeah! GameCube? Absolutely! Fuck yeah! I think I had a DS. Yeah, I had a DS, I think. Something like that. One of those handhelds. I think I had a DS, yeah.
I'll
I think I had
just
the
wait
original
till
DS, yeah. Because that sounds about
I
right.
used to have it, but I don't know where it happened.
Every console after, like, GameCube and any handhelds that were beyond the DS, I don't think I had. I think I had the OG DS. I never had a DS Lite. I don't know if I ever had a 3DS. I don't think so. Was 3DS Switch era? Was not Switch era? Was 3DS the Wii era?
Yeah. So
Yeah. Okay. So
3DS was
yeah,
the Wii.
that would. Yep. So my last Nintendo ends for me. Handheld, it ends on the original DS, and console-wise, it ends at GameCube. I have not invested in Nintendo at all, aside from I did get a Switch for Animal Crossing when it came out, and I played Animal Crossing religiously for 2 years and then never fucking touched the Switch ever again. And then that's when I realized, okay, there's no point in this anymore. Like, this is insane. I can just emulate older, better Nintendo games on my PC. And they can't stop me.
Yep.
They'd like to stop me, But they can't because I'm not making any games for them to legally sue me with. I'm just playing your old games. If only I would come up with some kind of pal world for them to sue me with. Oh, Nintendo.
uh,
I don't know why I
I'm,
gave that like the J. Jonah Jameson voice.
yeah.
I need pictures of Nintendo games, and I need them now.
No. I definitely. I'll maybe pick up a Switch too, but way down the line. Like I don't care for it right now. It's just a whatever thing. I'll maybe consider getting it just because Air Riders, Metroid Prime 4, and then if anything good else. But like, it's not worth $500 now.
No, it's not. That's like the price of a PS5, bro. Fuck no.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like, it's not worth $500. I'll just wait.
Yeah, it really just isn't. I'm just like, Nintendo, you are not that anymore, and I don't think you ever were. And I'm just like, bro, I am not paying this much for your little handheld. Like, fuck off. That's crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I'll just buy a laptop and emulate all your old GameCube games on it. It's just cheaper,
Pretty much.
more affordable. Dolphin works great. We definitely know how to emulate that era of games now. It's flawless, practically.
Flawless.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. So
But,
I suppose
yeah, no, that's
if
pretty
you
much
don't
it.
have any, I think that's news.
Mhm.
I think that's a show. So I suppose what you got on that wish list? You want to talk about anything on that wish list, whether it's old or new?
Let me see if I added anything new to it. Pretty sure I did. Oh no, I already talked about Romeo's a Dead Man.
You did, and I was looking at
Yeah,
it.
I
I
did.
looked at that when you talked about it. I was like, oh, this is some fucking weird ass shit over here. This is definitely
Yeah,
a new
yeah.
game. I was like, this looks bizarre. You'll have to tell me how this goes out. I'm not gonna be playing this.
Yeah, I know. I will tell you.
Oh yeah, I
I
was
think
looking at this like, yeah, you're gonna have to report back to me on your latest LSD sweary Suda 51 adventure, whatever the fuck this
God,
is.
it's gonna be such a good adventure.
Dude,
Uh,
it looks
he,
absolutely unhinged.
God, I love Suda. I didn't. I thought I had this on my wish list, but I didn't, so I added it. It was Mouse PI for Hire. Mouse PI for Hire, bro.
Mouse PI for hire.
For Hire.
Mouse
It's basically like,
Oh, this is the,
yeah,
the thing that came out and was announced almost like immediately after the like Mickey Mouse became like public domain.
I think, but I think they were already kind of working on it. It's just
Oh,
that,
I
like,
think
yeah,
they were,
it's
but
rubber hard.
it was like suddenly there was like an influx of like the moment Mickey Mouse
Yeah,
became
that
public
moment.
domain, everyone unveiled all their projects of that looked like Mickey Mouse. And I was like,
Yeah,
bro, there was like a collective of people that have been quietly cooking up something, waiting. Their studio calendar, it's just their CEO staring at it every day as it's just like X's off another day. 739 days until the mouse goes public. Like how
yeah,
long were you sitting on this? Because you had to keep it tightly under wraps right up until that moment. Because otherwise Disney would have been like, that's our money. Fork it over. We have to keep the electric on to keep Walt Disney's head frozen, lest he rise.
yeah. So, but I remember seeing something about this back a while ago, and I forgot to add that to my,
Oh my god.
because it's like, oh,
Yeah,
you know what? Just do that.
Can you tell I listened to too much Illuminati? Bro, I just finished the Charles Manson two-parter, the Alex episode, and once again, I'm just like leaning back into my seat, getting high to the point where I'm just like staring at my ceiling, listening to this man talk to me about LSD zombie cults, and I'm just like, bro, I think maybe it'd be best if all the humans just died sometimes, you know? Like sometimes I just sit here and I'm like, maybe we just get rid of all of us. Maybe all of us are the problem.
We were always.
Mouse PI. I've heard of this. I've seen this.
Yes.
I like didn't even know like what kind of game it was really until I'm looking at it here.
Yep.
That's very cute for it to be first person with this art style. That's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Deadly investigations. This motherfucker. All right, that's a good pitch on the wish list. I'm gonna click a follow on that. I wanna keep an eye on that. I love the skeleton in the one screenshot. That's great. Okay. All right, scrolling down here. What do we got? I talked about that. I know I talked about that. Bu- 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 Scrolling up here. Bu- bu- oh, here we go. Yeah. Do you know about Beacon Pines?
Nope.
It's on Steam. Beacon Pines. It is a visual novel. Little like cutesy little animals. And you're like, it's a little cute and creepy adventure set within like a mysterious book. You play as both the reader of the book and its main character, Luca. And the setup is, it's very like kind of like given similar vibes of Night in the Woods, cutesy little animals getting up to some stuff. And it's
Mm-hmm.
just something strange is happening at the old warehouse, and Luca and his friends seem to be the only ones taking notice. Sneak out late, make new friends, uncover hidden truths, and collect words that would change the course of fate. You rewrite past events by using charms. So, like, you can change what you did in things after you've collected, like, charms that have, like, a word that says hide or do this or that. So you can change how the story went and end up somewhere else or with new information.
God.
So you're like writing the story as you're reading it, as like a choose your own adventure night in the woods kind of thing, and it looks really cute and fun. And it popped up on my thing, and I was like, oh, I love little cute fun animal games. I didn't know this until I played Night in the Woods, and I was like, hey, I really like these cute little fun animal games. I like when the animals get up to some danger, but everything kind of works out in the end. But sometimes it's sad and we have existential crises about life. That's okay.
Yep.
We're all cute little animals at the end of the day. I have that on here. I have On Your Tail, which I think I pitched maybe once. I still need to check that out. I have uh Mineko's Night Market is on here. I have Fall of Porcupine. There's like a couple. There's more than a couple little cutesy little animals get up to some shenanigans games on my wish list.
Yeah.
I played Night at the Woods and this cynical, absolutely gay lesbian cat unlocked something in me where I was like, I want more adventures with cute little animals that sometimes get up to incredibly unsafe things. But also just kind of hang out in the woods and do drugs. That's kind of cute. Oh, to be a cutesy little animal getting up to shenanigans.
Just little shenanigans.
Just little shenanigans. And with that, that's been about roughly 4 hours. Because we almost hit 2 hours on the second part of this recording here right now.
Yeah.
Of a beefy little episode of shenanigans covering the last 2 months of this here month of August and the past month of July, even though God knows if I could tell you what about any of that had to do with July. It probably felt just like August for the rest of you. Too bad. Suck an egg. Deal with it. If you don't like it, start your own show and you upload every month and no one will go listen to it. So mean. Thanks for listening. As whatever. Shout out to whoever listens to this shit.
Yeah.
Dude, they do though. They do. That's the
They
crazy
do.
part.
They do.
That's the part that's starting to make me feel slightly afraid. Is that they do, and the number is growing. Somewhere there is a fan base, spread out very, very slowly. One person in each country on the map of my risk. All right, yeah, that's the show. Goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye, y'all.